Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you. The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
The best 8 teams in the Clashing universe are here for you this weekend. $50,000 will be awarded in the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
That's right, 4 grueling weeks of awesome Clash in action have produced the top 8 teams in the Snapdragon Pro Series 5th season of competition. Alongside those 8 teams, we are going to be bringing in 2 of the greatest casters you could ask for to join us for these events. Let's bring them on in. My name's Woody, and I'm so pleased to be joined by Clash Bashin and Eve Maxey. Gentlemen, how are you doing today? We'll go to you first, Bash.
Oh, what are you feeling? Great, man. We got an awesome weekend of Clash Clans action where we're going to give a silver ticket to one of our 8 teams here.
That's right. I couldn't be more excited. I hope you guys at home are excited as well, because this is the highlight of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5.
We are going to go take a look at the format now and tell you more about how the 8 teams competing this weekend qualified for today's event. There were 4 open qualifiers, and the winners of each one advanced to the open finals, but teams that scored below first place still earned leaderboard points, and that led to 4 more squads earning their runner-up position today, Bash.
That's right. Taking a look at our road to the finals and how our teams got here. The Open Cup 1 winner was Stmn. Cup 2, we had Reckoning taking the victory, and then in Cup 3, Tribe Gaming got the W, and then we saw last week Momentum Shifters walked away with a win, but that left us with 4 open spots, and we talked about the points in the leaderboard, and our leaderboard gave us the next 4 teams: Synchronic, HDM Brazil, Milliseam MG, and Stmn Esports. A lot of these teams well known, a lot of these teams already worlds qualified, but let's take a look at our bracket, Maxie.
That's right, here we have all of those 8 distributed into our double elimination bracket. That changed from the Open Cups to the season finals now. We have HTM versus Stmn, Synchronic versus Mo Shifters, Tribe Gaming taking on HTM Esports, and Milsim MG has to fight against Reckoning.
Right, you are. We've got 3 teams that are already qualified for the World Championships, and you're going to get a chance to see 2 of them. Stamina Esports is up first against HTM. Then our 4th quarterfinal has got Milsim MG, another Worlds qualified team, going up against Reckoning. As Bash mentioned earlier today, the winner of this 8-team event is going to score an awesome silver ticket to the last chance qualifier for the World Championship, but they also will win $20,000. Bash, more teams again are going to be earning prizes.
Yeah, I mean, second place gets $10,000. I mean, all our teams get at least a guaranteed $2,000 just for making it here. So huge money just for playing Clash of Clans esports.
Yeah, that is definitely some nice prize we have here. I mean, they've been fighting for weeks to get here, and this is what we have in line for our first match. Quarterfinal number 1, Stamina Esports versus HTM North America. And we'll take a quick look at the rosters of both of those teams. Starting off with Stmn Esports. Ooh, some nice picks we have there. Fluxy, Ninja, Darkstar, Cynthia, and Hawk are in the mix. Some World Championship experienced players here.
Right, you are, Maxi, a Worlds qualified squad, and they're going to be going up against a superb North American alliance. We've got Agent 33, Mohamed Marawi, Rigo Torres, Ghost, and Nick. They are HTM Esports, the first here to qualify for our Snapdragon Pro Series, Bash.
Yeah, this team is really well known in the ESL, the Snapdragon Mobile Open scene, but they are also well known in Worlds. Rigo Torres, I think, has appeared on the world stage more than any other player. I mean, at least in NA, he's really well known. So these are 2 top-notch teams in Clash of Clans esports. We talked about it a little bit. Stmn does have that golden ticket, but HTM, they could really use this silver ticket. So a lot on the line for them this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And we dive right into the action. Stmn Esports kicking it off with Ninja. Woody is taking a little break. Bash and me are taking over from here. And yeah, this is the tone-setting attack. This has to be a fast 3-star to get the momentum for his team.
Ninja, very young player, but that doesn't mean he's inexperienced. He's been playing in community tournaments for a long time here. He's going to go ahead and start us off with the Root Rider attacks. Now, one note for this weekend, the temporary troops that are in the game right now and the brand new Magic Mirror equipment will not be used this weekend as they are brand new to the game, and the temporary troops are they're a little bit fun. So we're just gonna stick to what we know here. We'll see a lot of Root Riders, a lot of Dragons, maybe some Electro Dragons, maybe some Rocket Loons, but it should be a great weekend. Ninja's closing in and shutting this base down. He's just gotta circle back and get this Town Hall, but everything's looking on pace here.
Oh, very much so. It's looking really fast. The 1-minute mark is just about to be hit, and he's got almost every single building taken down. Just some hero platforms missing, and we finish at 1 minute and 8 seconds, 68 seconds. That is an incredibly fast attack and exactly the start that Stmn wanted.
Yeah, exactly what you said there. When you come out early with a nice 68-second attack, anything sub 70, that is what you're looking for. And we see week after week, these teams are getting faster and faster. So Ninja coming out with 1 minute, 8 seconds is exactly what Stmn NA needs. Now, one thing to note here, all of our cup stages, those were all single elimination. So if you got behind early, there was a lot of pressure. This weekend, we will be playing double elimination today and tomorrow to crown our winner of the Mobile Open here, but also to crown our give away our silver ticket to the Clash of Clans World Championship. So make sure you guys come back today and tomorrow. Make sure you follow, subscribe, all those great things. That way you don't miss any of our great action.
Yeah, and Ninja has formerly been a base builder. He started off only building bases for top teams, but you know, when you play the game so much, when you try to defend, you also have to know how others attack. And so I guess that he just collected all of this knowledge and at this day, he is one of the best attackers in the game as well. But of course, he has not lost his skills in base building. So I am very excited to see about the defensive side of Stmn Esports as well. If maybe, as you said it, the main attacks are dragons and root riders at the moment, and maybe they found a way to either defend an attack like that or maybe slow them down a little bit by, you know, placing the tornado trap in the right position, putting some skelly traps on the map where, for example, a royal champion is expected to come in on the map, and all those little things, details like that, they can mess up an attack, they can lead to a 90+ second attack, and thus make it a lot easier for your team to win on the time side. But we talk about the time so much, Besh. There's actually also the chance of not having a perfect v perfect, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was the case last week, and we had what on broadcast, one perfect v perfect there in the final war. So all it takes is one miss and you really leave the door open for your opponents. So you got to make sure your plans are very good, not only quick, but you got to make sure you do get those 3 stars, because you can't leave any stars on the board in the format. The format is all about going quick, but we do see time and time again, sometimes when you're going that fast, you're more prone to make that mistake, and that leads to a 2-star and can cost you the war. So that's something we'll keep our eye on throughout all the wars here today.
Yeah, you really have to take risk and reward into account there. But we're live with attack number 2, the first for HTM Esports. We see Nick attacking with the dragons. We can see his equipment there. Giant arrow and healer puppet on the queen. We saw the spiky ball giant gauntlet combination on the king. Warden's going to give some nice rage and heal for those dragons. And Nick taking a little bit of time here for creating the funnel, but now all the dragons are sent in. I wonder why he's waiting so long for the heroes. There goes the queen doing some nice funneling, and this could be fast as well, as he has brought 4 super barbarians to support his heroes on the outside.
Clone spell in as well. We'll see if this clone goes on the blip. It might be super minions with 4 invisibilities. There he goes. Nick is known for using the super minion bomb here in the middle of bases, and it's going to be very, very effective to get this town hall down, get those scatter shots down, and take some of the pressure off of these dragons. Now, if he can get that clan castle down, that'll be even more sweet. That way, none of these clan castle troops come out. Here we go. Nice. Gets the clan castle. This base is shutting down quick as we approach 1 minute.
Extremely quick, Bash. Wow, Nick doing everything perfectly there, and this might be even faster than the first attack. I didn't see where the buzzer ended there, but it was like 63, 64 seconds, something like that.
62. I had it at 62.
Oh, wow.
So even faster. That's going to give HTM a 6-second lead. We will look and make sure times are official as our stat sheet gets updated and stuff. We're always kind of just running unofficial here, just looking at the clock. But either way, if it's 62, 63 seconds, still faster than Stmn Esports. And that was exactly what Nick needed. I loved that super minion bomb right there in the middle of the base. Gutted out all of those key defenses, and then the dragons were able just to kind of work around the outside. Man, that one collapsed in really, really quick. Beautiful 3-star. These teams are flying so far, Maxi.
Yeah, indeed they are. I didn't expect that from Nick when he started so slowly at the beginning, you know, creating a little bit of a funnel with the baby dragon here and there. The queen only deployed after 15 seconds, but then like 45 seconds later, the whole base is gone. Like, weirdly, to me, it looked like this base had less buildings than usual. I don't know. It just seemed to be gone so quickly. The distribution of the troops throughout the map was just perfect there. Every single dragon, every single super barbarian, every single hero taking on different buildings at the same time, thus creating the best, the most efficient way to take down this base. Amazing stuff. And you can see, guys, you don't need rocket balloons to score extremely low times on your 3-stars.
Yeah, I mean, Nick is very well known for his calculated attacks, and he shows it off right there. I was a little bit worried also. You said you were talking about the heroes. Ever since you kind of mentioned that a few weeks ago, I'm always looking, when's the army in? When are we going? But the funnel worked out really nicely there. He set up just a little bit of pathing. Dragons worked in. That blimp just crushed. I think that was the thing that made up just a few seconds there, was that battle blimp got so much value with the cloned super minions in there. So I think that made it so he didn't have to deal with clan castle troops. He didn't have to deal with any of those core buildings, and everything was able to kind of make up those few seconds that he used to funnel just a little bit more. So we have HTM up about 6 seconds here going into the second attack. it's still anyone's ball game. We still have 4 attacks for each team, but so far the attacks have been lightning quick.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a nail biter for sure. But I wanted to add to those super minions. He didn't only make the super minions invisible, he also made the defense buildings around them invisible. And because of that, the dragon's path to the outside took care of other buildings in the map, while the super minions were able to destroy the core, where there were some high hit point, high damage defenses, the scatter shots, the town hall, and the multi-archer towers. So very well done from Nick. But Darkstar is the next, and we have the first rocket balloon attack. We see a spiky ball and Vamstash here, and there will be a fireball from the Warden. Okay, nice and easy, just 2 invisibility spells, creating some nice funneling here, taking some major defenses, and at the same time heroes Siege Barracks are doing damage, and now the rocket balloons will get sprinkled in from the outside. And wow, that's very interesting, Bash. He's brought an overgrowth spell with the rocket balloons, something we don't see very often.
Yeah, you have to wait 28 seconds for that overgrowth to dissipate here, and the rocket loons are known for being one of the quicker attacks in the game. Darkstar, well known for his rocket balloon attacks. Look at this Invis on the world champion, beautifully placed so she doesn't get distracted there by the ice golems. She's gonna go over, deal with the town hall now, and he's still got a few seconds on this overgrowth. There we go, it wears off right there. Excuse me, but look at that spiky ball going in from the king, and this one's gonna be sub 1 minute as, oh wait, oh, I jinxed it, but just a few seconds here. A minute 4 there for Darkstar. Super quick, but that last defense just wouldn't go down.
Yeah, that was a little bit unlucky. This could have been the first sub 1 minute attack. He was very patient there with the spiky ball, waiting until the overgrowth ran out so the king could damage all of those buildings. And in combination with the 3 earthquakes, many of them are one shot for the spiky ball, but not quite all of them went down. And unfortunately, no troops made their way into this right compartment. And it was actually kind of close towards the end. There was just the king on the map available to take out this scatter shot, but you know, I wouldn't worry too much. I think Darkstar calculated that through very thoroughly.
Yeah, I thought that super minion was going to actually take that last defense down, the scatter shot there, but the super minion ends up getting taken out. King had plenty of health, was able to work through there. So a minute 4 seconds, still very fast, but even slower than Nick's first attack there. So Stmn known for going really quickly, but HTMNA showing that they can hang in there with the speeds thus far, but they are going to have another fast attack. We're going to need something sub 70 seconds if they're going to look to maintain the lead here going into the third attacks after this one.
Yeah, and it's looking quite good for them. Let's see if all of their players are able to get such fast attacks in. But something I wanted to talk about is the chance of getting a silver ticket here. The interesting thing is 5 out of 8 teams already have a ticket, either golden or silver. And there are just 3 teams basically that are fighting for this silver ticket, because whoever gets the highest position here, they don't even have to win, they get the silver ticket. We have HTMNA who are battling right now, we have Tribe Gaming, and we have Reckoning. It's going to be between those 3 who will be sent to the last chance qualifier with a silver ticket. So that storyline we have to keep an eye out for. There is a lower bracket, so we can probably not know until tomorrow who will make it the farthest of those 3, but just to point out that there's a lot on the line for HTMNA, a lot more than for Stmn, I would say, because of course they are fighting for a nice prize pool here, and they would love to take home the $20,000, but having a shot at the World Championship for HTMNA would be so much more important.
Yeah, I agree completely with that. Getting that early victory, not going down to the lower bracket, would be massive for them starting off our tournament. It is double elimination, so if they do lose, if either of these two teams lose, they're not eliminated here today, but you definitely would prefer to start off with a win. But you gotta keep up. The big thing here is, I mean, the times have all been lightning quick, all sub 70 seconds so far. Tons and tons of war left to play, but all it's gonna take maybe in this war is like an 85-second attack could really throw things off. Ghost is gonna be up next, and we got Root Riders, 15 of those Super Barbarians, tons and tons of Valkyries in here. But check this out, Mexi, we don't see this often. 3 Lightnings to go with the giant arrow through the middle of the base. Doesn't quite get that rage tower down. One more might have, but he does get the surrounding buildings. So a nice little open from Ghost as he's getting the root rudders in.
Yeah, nice stuff there, and I have to be honest, I don't know if the 3 lightnings usually would have taken out the rage spell tower or not. I guess so, because otherwise it wouldn't have made too much sense that he brought them. So maybe he messed something up with the timing there and the builder huts were able to repair it just a little bit. I don't know for sure, but it seems like it's not going at least perfectly to plan here for Ghost. But now the Root Riders make their way nicely into the core. Warden ability he delayed nicely, but look at the time, Bash. Almost already a minute in. This is not going to be as fast as those first attacks we saw.
Yeah, agree with you there. 1 minute has elapsed, and this one might be closer to what we see with the 80-second mark. He is doing a great job working through this base, but it is just a slow roll through here. I mean, it's really weird to say that, as he's going to be, you know, less than 2 minutes on the attack, maybe 90 seconds here on the attack, probably less than 90 seconds here. But this is definitely considered slower, especially with what we've seen so far from these two teams. We got, it's going to be right there, 127 for Ghost, and that is going to put his team just a little bit behind. After the second attacks, I think they're going to be about 21 seconds behind, which is a little bit tough.
Yeah, I have him at have them at 17 seconds up, but yeah, we're going to double check our math in between and try to keep it as updated as possible. At the same time, I can tell you guys that there have been some attacks done in our other quarterfinal that is going on at the same time. Synchronic versus Mo Shifters. Only 3 stars so far, all around 70 seconds. So everything, anything is still possible in this one, but we'll make sure to keep you guys updated on the results over there as well.
Yeah, you're right. I see where I made my mistake there. 17 seconds is the number. I took the 6-second lead and subtracted it from the 27 there, but that's okay. We still got plenty of war. We still got time. 17 seconds isn't too bad to make up, but with the way Stmn is playing, it's going to be tough to make up any time from them. You have to force them into a mistake, and they're just really not known for making a ton of mistakes. All it takes is one attack. All it takes is one building. We've seen that in the past where it's one building that the troops missed. They just went past, and that can cost you 20 seconds and then cost you the lead here. So anything can happen. We still have plenty of war to go here, but HTM, they have to kind of pick up the pace after that last attack. They really can't leave the door open too much for this golden ticket team in Stmn.
Yeah, and we know that fast attacks always take some risks. So, or you have to take some risks in order to get fast attacks. This way around, it's more clear. And Stmn do very fast attacks, so they also have to take a huge risk. And if someone is just not concentrated, anything can happen. And especially with those overgrowth spells that are always growing the town hall, it means if your troops die out due to some weird pathing or some nice trap placement or so, you don't have enough troops at the end that can take out the town hall once the overgrowth runs out. Nice, we have some live stats here at the bottom of the screen where you can see the average time, and we can see that Stmn is 8 seconds faster on average. To be exact, we have made out or calculated through a 17-second lead, and yeah, this is definitely a position you want to be in if you are Stamina.
Oh yeah, exactly. If you can have that lead early and maintain it, that is always good. Synthé is going to be our next attacker. It's going to be Dragons. Here comes the giant arrow from the Queen. He does have a clone spell. We may just see clone balloons out of his battle blimp, as the battle blimp is in a really early. Warden ability does go off there to protect the Dragons, protect that battle blimp so he can go in and land on the town hall. We got headhunters coming out of the clan castle. Keep an eye on this battle blimp when it's deployed here. Rage is down, clone is in. He's going to clone up these balloons and backtrack a little bit to get that monolith out. Beautiful clone from Synthé.
Yeah, that worked really well. What didn't work so well was the Electro Dragon, who was supposed to take out the some buildings around the Eagle Artillery and funnel those dragons, but a group of dragons pathed over there. Now nice usage of those spells to direct these dragons into the air defense, and they're making their way through the core of the base. I think it's still looking quite healthy, this attack, power-wise. I think he should be able to 3-star, but as the troops are thinning out a little bit, I don't think it will be the fastest attack. Could finish around 75 seconds, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree with that. Rage spell does go in to help those hogs go a little bit quicker with the world champion. Hogs coming from her hog puppet. It is 1 minute 10 seconds have elapsed. Here we go, getting closer to that 75-second mark. And if you're HTMNA, this is exactly what you need. You're able to make up a little bit of time as Synthé comes in at 1 minute 18 seconds. So not necessarily slow, but that does leave you a little bit of wiggle room, does leave a little bit of an opening where you can make up a few seconds here after the slower attack from HTM. So STMN, or from STMN rather, I guess HTM also had a slow attack there from Ghost, but they're looking to make up some ground from Synthe's attack here.
Yeah, it definitely leaves the door open just a tiny bit. You know, if STMN would get only 60 to 65 second 3-stars, I'd say it's hard to come back from that 1 minute 37 strike from Ghost there. But with those 70 to 80 second attacks, anything is possible. I'm particularly interested to see what Agent is going to do in his attack. He has been known to be a very creative player, even when in different times when we had more diverse attack strategies that were commonly used by pro players. Sometimes he brought some completely new stuff to the table that no one was expecting, and that's what he's known for, that's what he's loved for, and I really hope to see something like that from him today. I think at this meta the most creative you can get is probably rocket balloons, but you never know with this guy.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he's been kind of pioneered a few different things in the past. I mean, they got some really well-known attackers, some really kind of seasoned attackers who've been around the block. They understand the game really well, and they can do some really fun things. But at the same time, like, you don't want to get too creative and maybe cost yourself an attack. They could definitely go quickly, but you don't want to try something that's out of your not necessarily out of your comfort zone, but kind of out of meta too much and cost yourself, your team, and cost yourself some seconds. Because we see this is literally a game of seconds here in the speed meta. It's all about going quick. Who can go the fastest as these teams get ready? I keep getting tripped up here with the TMs in the middle. We got Stamina Esports, yeah. STMN, and HTM. It keeps messing with me, Maxi. It keeps messing with me. But we're getting ready for HTM's response to that little bit of a slower attack from Synthé. If they can come in maybe 1 minute 10 seconds here, I think that would be really good for them to just make up a few of those seconds they're down and really kind of close that gap and leave that 4th and 5th attack really like to a coin flip. I mean, if they can get 10 seconds faster, this war is almost back to a reset here.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility here still. We have Rigo Torres, Agent, and Mohamed Norawi left for them. So let's take a look at who is going to strike next.
And it is Mohamed coming in with Root Riders. Pretty standard setup, it looks like thus far. We will take a look at the hero equipment here, but tons of Root Riders, tons of Super Barbarians, Healer Puppet there on the Queen. We do see either Healer Puppet or Giant Arrow a lot of the times used. Eternal Tome and Healing Tome for the Warden just to protect those roots and the Valkyries through the middle of the base. We should see Hog Puppet Haste Val on the World Champion. Yeah, we do just that. Lots of archers, a few Ice Golems coming out that will stall up this attack, but he is in early, 30 seconds in, but he's got to keep this pace up as the first overgrowth comes in. I guess the only overgrowth.
Yeah, but even that, we talked about it before. 28 seconds is the duration of the overgrowth spell, and I think he deployed it at around 2 minutes 20 left. So this means this attack takes at least 68 seconds, and that is if everything goes perfectly. What I like though is that the Queen is still alive on the outside, being healed up by those healers, and that can give him some nice extra value in finishing fast here. Now he needs to freeze the town hall, needs to rage the troops that go towards the core, and then he will be golden there, but still already approaching and crossing the 70-second line. It's not going to be the fast attack they would have liked.
Yeah, 120 has elapsed here as we're keeping an eye on the time, and this one is definitely slower for HTMNA. 128, 129, 130 is going to be that final time, and this is the slowest attack of this war, and they will lose 12 more seconds. This lead is going to become really close to being impossible to come back from, as STMN is now up 29 seconds approximately, give or take a second there, but we're pretty sure that is the official times. Man, why was that one so slow? Just kind of just a slow roll through that attack. Was there anything you noticed there, Maxi, that kind of stood out to you that made this one a little bit slower?
Actually, I'm not quite sure. Maybe he didn't. I mean, he did have enough super barbarians, but maybe he was a little bit too impatient with them. I think he deployed a lot of super barbarians early, while you usually like to hold at least 9 or 10 of them until the end of the attack, so you can direct your troops, say the Royal Champion, to stay inside of the base. Same for the Valkyries and the Root Riders, and we could see at the 6 o'clock side of this base that a group of Valkyries was going outside of the base where 2 or 3 buildings were left, because the Root Riders had not opened the wall into the core yet after the overgrowth spell ran out. And I think that is something that added around 5 to 10 seconds to the clock. Apart from that, I'm not sure if he could have used the overgrowth spell maybe a little bit earlier rather than later. And the last thing I noticed was he wasn't as quick at the beginning to deploy all of his troops, or like different parts of the attack. So I think he might have played it a little bit more safe. He didn't want to deploy something on accident, like swagging a rage or a free spell early on. He just wanted to make sure that he will safely 3-star, but all of that in combination could cost at least, I would say, like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it definitely could have been faster. It's always tough to say. I mean, we can sit here and we can like, maybe he could have did this, maybe he could have did that. But ultimately, it's hard to say what the final cause was of why it was slower, because there's so many things going on in these attacks. I mean, everyone thinks, oh, it's just throw the Root Riders in and throw the Valkyries in, but there's so many different moving pieces to these attacks. You got the heroes, you got to time that overgrowth, you got to get the siege barracks in, you got to get those barbarians on the back end. There's so many moving pieces to make these attacks go this quickly, and all it takes is just one little slip up, one little mistimed thing, and you lose 10 seconds. And now we see the HTM is down approximately 29 seconds, almost 30 seconds, with 2 attacks left. That's going to be very, very tough to overcome. And Hawk is going to be coming in with a Root Rider attack of his own. I love the Vamp Stash play here. The Vamp Stash will heal the King every time he hits. Pair that with the Spiky Ball. That's a nice little combination. But let's take a look at what Hawk's going to do as he prepares for his strike into Rigo towards his base. Nice Giant Arrow to start.
Yeah, very nice stuff there. And just as you said, the Vamp Stash heals the King, and that means you can delay using the Spiky Ball towards later in the attack, and that gives you the opportunity to direct those Earthquake spells better, so they damage exactly the buildings that the Spiky Ball hit first. Nice early use of the Overgrowth spell this time around the 2-minute 40 mark, using the Warden ability early on to get through this high density of damage in the core of the base. However, on the left side, the troops are thinning out quite a bit as they found a Tesla farm around the Eagle artillery.
He does have those 3 Earthquakes, which he should use with the King's Spiky Ball to damage and take out some of these buildings in the core. Nice little freeze there on the Town Hall. Queen's going to take that down, and look at that. Spiky Ball does some great damage, taking out these defenses. We're approaching the 1-minute mark, and there's not much base left here. This should be a pretty quick attack here for Stmn. If they can maintain 70 seconds, I think that's exactly where they need to be. That's not going to be able to give HTM too much time to be able to be made up. Here's 110, 111. 112 is going to be the mark for Hawk. I think that's exactly where they need to be on these final 2 attacks. Anything around that 70-second mark, give or take just a few seconds, and they should be able to win this war.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what their goal should be in every single attack. He could have been also 3 to 5 seconds faster if he had saved up 2 or 3 super barbarians towards the end to take care of these outside buildings that all of the troops from the core had to get to, as we can see now here in the replay there. He just had an archer and a headhunter, and they are just a little bit too slow in taking those buildings down. But you know, that is some critique on a very, very high level. It was an extremely fast attack in an extremely high pressure situation in the war, so nothing but GG's to Hawk for this attack. But now it's really hammer time for HTMNA. They really have to go all out now and take a little bit of risk. I think it's just necessary at this point if they want to have a chance to come back from the 29 seconds they are behind. And just to give you guys a little bit of an update of our other quarterfinal, we have a 9 9-9 tie at the moment between Mo Shifters and Synchronic, and they are just 8 seconds apart after 3 attacks each. I think the fourth attack of Synchronic is ongoing at the moment, but this is also a very, very close match we have over there.
Yeah, both of these wars back and forth. If you're HCM though, you have to make up some time. But Stmn didn't leave them much time to be left up. 72 seconds. I mean, you're talking you need to essentially do a 1-minute attack here, and that's so tough. I mean, even if you do a Fireball Rocket Loon attack, it's still, you could miss one of those buildings. You were talking about Agent being one of the most creative attackers, and he's really known for that. So maybe Agent is our 4th attacker. Rigo Torres in that 5 spot, and maybe Agent can make up a little bit of time here. But with only, there's not much wiggle room is what I'm trying to get at here. 72 seconds doesn't leave you much wiggle room. You have to be really on fast pace, and then you're just really maybe making up 10 seconds, and you have to make up 20 seconds in the final attack. It's just going to be very, very tough to overcome.
Yeah, we've had that situation, I think, in the last or the second to last Open Cup, where Bernal had to hit like 44 seconds or something, and he was actually able to get 54 or something like that, which was incredible. But enough talking about the past. We are here with Rigo Torres, a nice early Warden ability, sending in the Dragons with the balloons, and a nice Stone Slammer in the mix, finally deploying the King and the Royal Champion on the left side, while the Queen is already doing some nice damage on the left side. It's all looking great in my opinion. Good setup here, and this could be a really fast time.
Overgrowth does come in there late though at about 1:30 or 2:34, excuse me. So that's not going to wear off until about 2:06 remaining in the attack. So it will leave all those middle buildings. But if he can save up one of those rage spells, maybe have that King ability left over, it could be really nice. Maybe they go with Rigo here and have Agent in the closing spot in case they need to do something drastic. Agent can come in and maybe just make up some time, or try to make up some time. Here we go. That Overgrowth wears off. We're at 1 minute almost right here. Oh man, Rigo is flying here. He's trying to make up as much time as possible. 1 minute 3 seconds is going to be the final time, and he does almost make up that 10 seconds. He's going to gain 9 seconds back, but they still trail by 20 seconds after the 4th attacks, Maxi.
Yeah, oh, such a nice attack. Maybe you were right there. He could have used the Overgrowth a little bit earlier, and I think that could have made this attack a slight bit faster, but 63 seconds is, I mean, all you can ask of a player. It's, you know, about a third of the time you actually have available to 3-star base. So, you know, this level that we're at here in the Snapdragon Pro Series is just incredible, and I love to see that it was taken global this season, and we see some of the best teams of the world from NA, from the Asian region, from the European region, and from everywhere in the world to be at this high level here at this final stage and these final 2 days.
For Rigo Torres, I think that was exactly what he needed though. I said try to make up about 10 seconds. He makes up 9 seconds. So now they have a little bit of wiggle room. If they can hold Stmn to maybe 80 seconds, they really give themselves a chance in the final attacks. As we look at the average times here, it is a 5-second difference, which after four attacks works out to that 20 seconds that we're talking about here. So it can be made up, but the way Stmn plays, it's going to be so tough to kind of slow them down and hold them to an 80+ second attack. But that's what they need here. They have to make sure, well, I guess they can't really do it now. The bases are set, but they have to have their best base in there, and they have to hope that Fluxy makes some kind of mistake here.
Exactly. It all depends on what he's going to be able to show off for his team. The final attacker, I mean, Fluxy, we know he has got nerves of steel. He has been the final hitter for Tribe Gaming back in the days, also at the World Championship in 2022, when he and his team came up as the vice world champions there. So he's got the stage experience. He shouldn't be very nervous today because they have the golden ticket for this year's World Championship in the back as well. So I guess everything is actually set for him to do to attack to the best or as best as he can. And yeah, I'm just excited to see. But we have seen Fluxy, we've seen everyone in the world fail as well in this meta if you just don't concentrate enough and make a slight mistake. So that can happen as well. Then it would be quite easy for Agent to just get a safe 3-star, I would guess. So before this last attack, it's still anybody's game.
And I mean, a fail here doesn't necessarily have to be a 2-star. A fail here could be a 90-second attack. If you get 90 seconds, you really leave that door open for HCM to make the comeback. It all comes down to our final 2 attacks of this war. Fluxy is coming in with the Root Riders. We do have the Vamp stash with the Spiky Ball combination, using Earthquakes in there with the Giant Arrow to set off and take out that Rage Tower in the middle of the base. He's got tons of troops moving through here, a couple skeleton spells in there. Fluxy's in, and Stmn has to go quick here.
They do, but yeah, I think everything is set for that. I wonder how long he's going to wait for the until he uses the overgrowth spell, because once again it takes 28 seconds to run out. There we go, exactly at 2 minutes and 28. So it will run out when the timer hits 2 minutes, and then in the next couple of seconds he should actually be able to take out all the remaining buildings in this base. If he wants to keep the pace of his teammates. And so far, it's looking okay. I don't see it as an overkill, but still, this should definitely get the 3-star, especially because he has a free spell still in the bag for that Town Hall.
It should be a 3-star, but it feels like a slow roll here as he approaches 70 seconds. He's still got troops in there, still got the King with the Spiky Ball. That will clean up some of these buildings. Nice. That comes in. All right, that's going to be pretty quick. I was a little bit worried, but I forgot the King had Spiky Ball, which will target 9 different buildings and helps with the cleanup there on the back end. So Fluxy does a really great job, goes pretty quick there, and makes it very, very tough for Agent to come in and clean up this war for the victory. I don't know, Maxi. This is going to be a tough task for Agent as Fluxy, what was the final time there? 71, I think?
I think 72. So
okay.
That means 52 seconds needed for the victory for HTMNA, because we know that here in the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series, the exact time of your team counts, and when it's a tie, the team with the slowest or the fastest individual attack wins. And if Agent was able to get the 52 second attack, we would have an exact tie on time, and they would have the fastest attack. So that's a lot to ask for. It is not impossible, but it is highly unlikely. But if anyone could do it out of this lineup, it's going to be Agent.
Yeah, he's going to have to come with something really, really crazy. Maybe we see a nice Fireball, Rocket Balloon attack. We see those being pretty much the fastest attacks in the game. We saw, what, last week, 53, 54 second attacks with those. But 52 seconds, man, that is so tough. I mean, when we think about a 60-second attack, that is like very, very rare. We don't see that very often. And now we're asking Agent to go even quicker than that to win this war. It's a tall task. And you mentioned, I mean, a few weeks ago, Bernal was pretty much in the same situation, and he got really, really close with it. So with the war on the line, maybe Agent can step up and try to deliver for his team. Again, it's a very tall task, but I'm really excited to see what he brings to the table.
Yeah, me too. And honestly, it can't be anything other than Rocket Balloons, because I don't even know if we have seen a sub 55 second 3-star with any other strategy. I might be wrong there, but it's definitely most likely to achieve with the Rocket Balloon strategy. I hope that he's been practicing it, so this doesn't come out of the blue. Finding some nice Fireball value in the base is essential. Hopefully taking out either a hero or, even better, the Clan Castle with it, and then bring all the equipments that can make an attack faster. That is the Giant Arrow for the Queen, Spiky Ball for the King, and you know, all of that with a couple of Earthquakes, and then spray and pray. I guess that's what its motto has to be now.
Yeah, and you really can't hesitate in this situation. You have to have your plan, but you also have to go quick. You have to get everything in. You have to, if you are going Fireball, you have to get those invises precisely on the right defenses, because if he misses one defense on the outside, that Fireball is not going to go where he wants it to, and that can ruin the whole attack. But here we go. Agent 33 is going to come in for HCMN, and it is going to be actually a dragon attack. We do have Invis clone. I think that's going to be super minions out of the Clan Castle. He's got to get moving. All the dragons are in. It all comes down to this for HCM Esports.
Yes, it does. But he has not even deployed the King yet, or the Royal Champion. It kind of seems to me like he's not going all in, and going all in is what he needs at this moment, in my opinion. There, nice trap there against the blimp, getting caught early. He tries to make it invis. Okay, no, he wanted to make the super minions invis. There goes the spells in the core, very important to place and to time them perfectly. Now they will target the town hall next, so he has to keep on free. Oh no, he freezes over. I don't know, the time bash is already at 50 seconds, and this is not going to be the extremely fast 3-star that Agent would have needed.
Yeah, it's so tough. I mean, we talk about the fireball rocket balloon rocket balloon attack, but also the base has to be perfect for that. You can't just throw it in there and expect it to 3-star any base really quickly. He goes 1:07 here, which is extremely quick, but it is not going to be enough for HCM, and they will lose this war. Darkstar base holds just enough. It doesn't give enough fireball value, and Agent is not able to make up that time. It's just, if you look at this base, it's really would have been really tough to get a fireball into that core. He would have needed like 6-7 perfectly placed invisibilities along with the quakes. It was just a base that wasn't really set up for the rocket balloon attack. He did his best, but ultimately it is not enough, and Stmn will get the victory and they will move forward. HTM will move down to our lower bracket.
Yeah, you can see it at the top of your screen. 1-0 is the final result. Good stuff there from Stmn. They started with a very fast attack. HTMNA replied with a very fast attack, but then Stmn were just able to keep the pressure at its highest the entire time. And yeah, I think HTMNA, they basically just had one attack that was a little bit on the slower side. Apart from that, it was all extremely fast. So they definitely do not have to hide in this competition here. But unfortunately, they move to the lower bracket now. But as it is double elimination, they still have a second chance.
It's so unfortunate they lose a war with an average attack time of 1 minute 13 seconds. We're talking a difference of 15 seconds. Oh, what do you got, Max?
Sorry to interrupt, but I just got news from our other match. It finished at an exact time tie. 15v15. And in the last attack, Skin from Momentum Shifters, he had to get 78 seconds to tie it, and he got exactly 78 seconds. And now, hear this. It is decided by the fastest time, and the difference between their fastest times is 1 second.
What?
So, in the end, Momentum Shifters win. They have a 67-second attack, and Synchronic has 2 68-second attacks, and they lose with that. It's really, wow, as close as it can get.
That is crazy. Maxi doing a great job keeping us updated with all our wars as we get ready to take a look at our bracket. We know Stmn won this one, and there it is, confirmed. Momentum Shifters get the 1 second win. So in our upper bracket, it will be Stmn going against Momentum Shifters. In the lower bracket, we will have an elimination matchup of HTMNA going against Synchronic a little bit later on. So very, very interesting stuff here to start us off in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Man, what a couple of wars we had here, Maxi.
Yeah, those are promising wars. They are really showing what we've got in store for you this weekend. Only the first match we showed on stream, and there are 4 more today, at least 5 more tomorrow. So a lot of action that we have here in line for you. And wow, I mean, that is a storyline that is for history books, that is for finals, but we already have that here in the quarterfinal between Momentum Shifters and Synchronic. Yeah, I'm almost speechless, but I can say this, guys. We take a little bit of a break, and after just a couple of minutes, we'll be back with our next quarterfinal.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And welcome back everyone to the Snapdragon Pro Series. As I promised, there was just a very short break, and in that break something amazing happened. Woody came back and I welcome him back. Woody, how did you enjoy that first quarterfinal?
Oh, that was such a close match. I could not believe my eyes, Maxi. The rapid fast times, the extraordinary close calls. Stamina Esports moving on, but HTM put up such a fantastic fight, and I think that is going to be the storyline for all of our matches going forward. Really close combat and extraordinarily exciting hits.
Yeah, exactly. And same goes. Same goes, of course, for our off-broadcast match that we saw. But now, up next, we have Semifinal versus Reckoning. And Woody, once again, we have a team that is already qualified for the World Championship and one that still has to get that silver ticket.
Right you are, Maxi. This is going to be a tough one. Semifinal has the advantage, holding already a golden ticket. This is a star-studded squad of French players that has been to the Worlds many times over. Kingsman, Max, Nachoa, Tryhard, and Teamper. Semifinal are the squad to beat in this next one, as Reckoning, vying for their own silver ticket to the last chance qualifiers, are going to be fighting as hard as they possibly can to earn that spot. They'll be facing off with one of the former French squad players, Arium. But why don't you go ahead and read off the rest of them there, Maxi?
Yeah, some other well-known players we have there as well. Hiroya, STK, Ryuta, and Naya Rome. Three of them we have seen in the last World Championship for early attacks. So all of those players are stage experienced. They have the skill. They just need to get their hands on this golden ticket. And now is their chance. If they win, they have already gotten a big step closer, because HTMNA, one of their two competitors for said silver ticket, have already lost in their first match. So they sure as hell will do everything in their power to get to that next stage.
Absolutely. This is not a point at which you want to hold off any of your firepower. You're going to bring your very best to bases. You have got to blast out of the gate with everything you've got against a team like Semifinal, which does extraordinarily well and has great consistency, but sometimes misses in these matches. They are not a perfect squad, and Reckoning certainly does have a chance to make this happen if they can just play at their very, very best, Maxi.
Yes, that's where they need to be at, and we are just seconds away from the first attack, and just as in our last war, this will set the tone. Can you put on some nice pressure onto your opponent in the very first attack, or do you show some weakness early on? We will find out now, as Max is going to start things off for Semifinal, and Woody, he's bringing mass Valkyries.
What a huge start here. Mass Valkyries often get paired with those Root Riders, but Max is just going to go full steam ahead with those big swinging ladies. We've got our heroes deployed already. Grand Warden in the bottom side going to be helping out those Valkyries. They're going to slice up some extra value against those skeleton traps that are spawning, jumping over the walls and heading toward that monolith next at the poison tower. It's going to fire off. CC troops are coming out, but they're all on the ground. The Valkyries going to shred through them, Maxi.
Yeah, and just recently I saw an Itsu video where he said that he thinks Valkyries are the strongest troop in the game right now, and that is probably why Max is going to make use of them right now. And what's interesting is he brought 5 super wall breakers. He wants to get the king and queen through the whole side on the right side, and it's looking good so far. He will take the town hall down momentarily. There it goes, almost 1 minute surpassed. He has to get that gold storage there on the left side, but other than that, I think that everything is almost taken down.
Yeah, this is a beautiful hit from Max, just barely north of the 1 minute mark, and look at all those hogs still left over for that killing blow. Max from Semifinal has blasted this base apart with an extraordinary 18 Valkyrie army.
1 minute and 7 seconds is where the clock stopped at the very end. A very nice start for his team. If we look at all of the average attacks time in our first 2 matches, everything was above that mark. It was 1 minute 10 to 1 minute 15, and Max showing that he can finish even faster than that. It seems like it's gotten a little dark around here, but yeah, Woody brings the light to my life that is necessary.
You're too kind, Maxi, but man, that attack brought a light to my life, Maxi. We have just seen an extraordinary start from Stmn and exactly what we would expect for them having to attack first. They are going to be putting as much possible pressure as they can on these tough opponents, doing everything in their power to deny them any chance at coming out ahead in the first round of attacks. This is going to be a very interesting return opportunity for Reckoning. Can they keep the pace right at the very beginning of this war, or are they going to start to fall behind against a French squad? A tough time that would really put them back and behind where they need to be in the first round of hits. So with a barely north of 1 minute mark, we're seeing just about the same times that we saw in our previous war between HTM and Stamina Esports, and you saw how that played out for the team that had to attack first. HTM did not get the win there. Stamina Esports able to keep that lead the whole way through. If we see a really rapid fast attack for Reckoning, that could put even more pressure on Stmn and make it very tough for them to come back later on. But it's still early war at this point. We're really excited to see this first hit from Reckoning, and it's going to be starting very shortly, but excited also to see all of the support in the chat for the teams that are competing right now. Make sure to leave your comments and tell us what's on your mind, because I'm definitely reading through those and like to give a little shout out here and then when I can.
Ooh, very nice. So guys, keep them comments coming. We have, of course, another match going at the same time, which has Tribe Gaming facing off against HTM Brazil, formerly known as Clash Champs, none other than the current World Championships. And as Tribe Gaming, next to Reckoning and HTM-NA, is one of the 3 teams looking to get that silver ticket, we will make sure to keep you updated on this match as well. But now we take a look at Reckoning's first attack, as STK is going to bring an aerial strike with the Dragons onto Tryhard's base.
Superb start here for STK. Mass Drags are another very popular army with a giant arrow cutting through that base. That Archer Queen is going to be well positioned to go on a long walk along the bottom side. There's a lot of easy structures to grab out there, and with those healers to keep her topped off, she is going to be very happy and healthy. Enemy Royal Champion might come within range now, as a skeleton trap is going to start to distract that Archer Queen. She's taking some damage from the Ricochet Cannon as well. This is a tough start for her, but so far up on the top side, the Dragons are looking good. A pretty awkward spread, though, unfortunately, and the CC troops are coming out in multiple different angles. How is STK going to deal with this, Maxi?
Yeah, it's not looking great at all. The center is going to be left standing there, which is why STK is trying to send in his Royal Champion there. He's got 3 free spells left. I wonder why he didn't use any in the core of the base, maybe on the Poison Spell Tower and the Monolith, so the Dragons could get some more value. But now he's really unlucky there, finding not only Skeleton Traps, but also the Tornado Trap for his Royal Champion and the Hoggies that does get destroyed very fast. Also, the Royal Champion is about to have to face the Ice Golems there, and STK is trying to do everything he possibly can, but there is so much space left and just so few troops he still has alive.
Terrifying position now for him to try to keep this one in the win column. STK have missed out on a crucial star, and with so much of this base still left, it is going to be a very long march to try to get to the very end with as much percentage as he can. I don't see a whole lot of air targeting defenses, so you might be right, Maxi, that he can hold on, but Archer Tower, Builder Hut, and Tesla, as well as 2 Wizard Towers, might be enough to be able to finish off this army. Let's watch this baby dragon. If it takes down the Builder Hut, that would be really good news. No, quite can't do so. Super Minions taking some fire now as the Grand Warden trying to back it up and give it some more. Oh, pushing in as hard as they can. Dragon and Grand Warden are both at low health, and they're stuck on the storage now.
Ooh, but there's going to be the Phoenix, Woody.
Oh?
The Warden comes back to life. He's got the Phoenix, and if the Phoenix does not find a Seeking Air Mine, the Phoenix himself could finish the base. 30 seconds still on the clock for 2 more buildings. It is not impossible, but there's
Can he finish this off?
another one. Oh no, it is the 2-star. Oh, that was so unlucky there with the traps.
Wow. STK makes a big miss for Reckoning, and this is going to be impossible to come back from without a stellar defense against Milliceme. A terrifying position to be in so early in this war. And we now see exactly the problem that Reckoning had when we went into this fight. To begin with, they have got to fight uphill against an opposing team that is just so menacing up on top with so much time on their side, stars aplenty. This is going to be an impressive lead for Milliceme right out the gate and could really pump the brakes on this war, leading to a lot slower action going forward, Maxi.
Yeah, to keep things exciting, I'm playing a little bit around with the light in my camera, it seems. But yeah, apart from that, this match should also be exciting as well. But now, of course, MMG can take the pace a little bit down. They just need to 3-star basically now, so it doesn't depend on the time anymore. Max showed a really fast 3-star to start things off, but now they can go, you know, just slow with their deployment, keeping the plans they already had. They can go with less risky attack strategies like a queen charge. Let's see what they will do. Next attack is Try Hard.
Tryhard storms into combat with a giant arrow cut not through the middle, but the side of this base. I gotta wonder if that angle was intended. He did get some nice value out there, but there's some still scary structures on the inside. We're seeing the Root Rider army getting deployed now, though. He doesn't have to worry much at all about time. Gonna pop an early Eternal Tome as well. Those demon Root Riders are just crashing through these walls and giving easy access to the Valks behind them. Tryhard is looking very confident as he makes his entry point against a Monolith already firing away at him. Scatter shots aplenty. There's a little bit of distraction here now as the Root Riders are having to pivot around to the outside, but that Overgrowth is down now, and there's going to be little damage to stop them now, Maxi.
Yes, it's looking great so far for Tryhard, and all he has to get is a 3-star of any kind. Nice use of the spiky ball there, and he still has so many spells. You always want to keep a freeze and a rage to get through the core into the town hall once the overgrowth spell runs out. That's happening exactly now. He tried to go for town hall, scattershot and monolith, which unfortunately he didn't get, but still he should have enough power to get through that town hall, get through that monolith, and finish this base with 3 stars. But it got a little bit close there towards the end.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3-star, a little bit close on the troops remaining here, but he did have enough to finish it off, and that's really all that matters. Taking down Arium and ensuring that this is going to be a very solid start for this Milliceme MG team. 2 triples to their name and a defense is about the best you could ask for out of the first round of combat, and this is going to be a really tough follow-up now for Reckoning, just having to hope and pray that there's something they can do to maintain their position in a war that just cannot go their way.
Yeah, now it's, you know, it's a position that you never want to be in. You basically have to hope for a mistake of your opponent, and you have to 3-star yourself to keep that slight bit of the door open. I mean, it's hurtful to be in that position, but we've seen it time and time again that opponents do make mistakes. Even though it looks easy for them, they just have to 3-star, they can go slow and whatnot. We saw them make mistakes in exactly that situation, and right now it is also a high pressure situation for Milliceme MG. Of course, they have the golden ticket already, but they want to get farther in this competition. They want to get more of this $50,000 prize pool that is available, so it's not like nothing for them, and there's definitely room for error left.
Right. Well, Reckoning are going to have to go up next. We're going to need to see 3 stars across the board from them at this point, Maxi, with a very solid defense of their own. I mean, Reckoning did put up a really respectable 2-star, coming at the 98% mark. That pretty much means that any defense that they're able to get is probably going to be enough to give them a win if they can keep the 3 stars up on their own. But Milliceme is not a team that is often going to miss when they have an advantage. When it's a really close war and time is a factor, they are going to have to fight tooth and nail to try to keep their heads alive. But when they are already ahead and there's no pressure on them at all, I cannot see them missing. The only chance that they probably had to actually miss was that last attack, having not much of an opportunity to reconfigure their strategy and just having to go in with what they had beforehand. But now they've had plenty of time, lots of minutes to just rethink their approaches, slow down their hits. But not for Nairobi. He is going to be blasted in here. We missed the first few seconds of this hit, but it was a giant fireball from this Grand Ward to start things off, Maxi.
Yeah, nice job from Nairobi. We love to see this. I wonder if he was aiming to take out the Eagle Artillery as well with the giant arrow from the Queen. But yeah, rocket loons are going to be the next stage of this attack, as he is putting down the siege barrack on the left side, the heroes on the right side, and now he has to take out some of the outside buildings with the rocket balloons. Send in the minions, as he does just now at the right side, and of course, and most importantly, take out that town hall at some point.
This is going to be a lightning fast attack for Nairobi. He is well known for getting these rocket loon hits in, and it looks like a pretty solid start from him so far. Finding some Teslas over on the left side, though, is going to give him a little bit of trouble in accessing the town hall. Still, he's got plenty of support from the heroes to move in afterwards, and with 7 rocket loons still left to deploy, there's nothing to defend along the top side. With a town hall now going down, this is a smashing success. Rocket loons are known for getting sub 1 minute hits, but it looks like Nairobi's coming in just north of that at the about 1 minute and 14-second mark. Respectable finish overall for Nairobi of Team Reckoning.
Yes, great job, and I think it was exactly the right call not to go for the fastest possible time, instead controlling the attack a little bit more here and going for I wanted to say slow, but like not the fastest possible 3-star here, as it doesn't matter that much anymore with their fail they already have. To give you an update on our other ongoing quarterfinal between Tribe Gaming and HTM Brazil, there have been only 3 stars so far. Tribe Gaming had 64 second on theirs, and HTM Esports had 2 3-stars with 67 and 68. So everything very, very close over there as well. Well, I mean, I say as well, but there's no 2-star over there, so it's actually closer than here.
Extremely close, yeah, with the hit rates being so high. To see a war still tied up on stars definitely means that we have got a very, very close match. This one certainly edging out in Millicene MG's favor. As you can see on the stat line down here, a 5-star 99% is a long way away from 6 stars and a total 100% average destruction thus far. This is a really tough war for Reckoning to have to start off with that missed star, but we are very excited to see how it concludes and where things are going at from here. We still know that there's a lot of time left in this war. With 3 attacks from Millicene, there could be a miss at any point, so keep your eyes peeled on any traps that are triggering on Reckoning's side, any bit of surprise that could still tilt in their favor. And yet we have got to say that Millicene are going to be very happy with how things are shaping up so far. And with the storyline that we are entering into today, Max, we already knew that this was a very important war for Reckoning to win. Do you think that pressure was weighing on them? Is that why they might have missed right out the gate? Or is that just, one of those things that you can't predict, you can't worry about? It just happens sometimes.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, pressure and nerves, they definitely come into play in a situation like that. But usually the first attacker is someone who finds a plan early on, is confident with it, and says, okay, I am ready to 3-star the base and give us a good start in the war. So usually I would say that the first attacker, if you don't have like a designated person that attacks first every single time, is rather on the safe side of things with their 3-starring ability. However, it seemed more to me that STK just didn't find the right plan, or just misinterpreted the base for his dragon strategy, as we saw that they actually pathed well into the core of the base, but the damage and the traps in there were just too heavy to overcome for the troops that he had placed there. So maybe it was just a little bit of a misjudgment on the plan, is what I was thinking. But yeah, now they just have to try the best they can. But before that, the ball is back in Milliceme's corner, and Nachoa is going to try his luck with the Root Riders.
Root Rider's an extraordinarily strong attacking style. We've seen him plenty of times already. Sometimes they get paired up with the Valkyries, and they are going to be this time. Nacho making his stab into the bottom compartment is going to take out that Eagle artillery first early on. That can present a problem for big clustered troops like those Valkyries. We also see a couple of headhunters paired up in there as well. A nice tech choice there from Nacho to ensure that those defending heroes don't cause much of a problem. Looks like that enemy royal champion still up for a little while before the Archer Queen got a chance to take her down, but this base is getting carved up to bits. In 50 seconds, he's already taken out 70% of the base, and this is almost guaranteed to be another one of those very quick 3-stars that we've come to expect from Milsim.
Yeah, absolutely, and I like that he is holding on to 4 super barbarians until the defenses in the core of the base are tanked for. He sprinkles them in on the outside and thus accelerating this attack even more. Unfortunately, the Dark Elixir storage is still up until the very end, but he finishes at a very strong 1 minute and 16 seconds. And we said it, they don't need to go fast, but it was still a very quick strike.
Lightning fast and superbly executed. No worries at all from that last round. Nachua giving another shot in the arm for Milsim MG and even more confidence that they are going to be the team moving on today, Maxi.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like so far for sure. Reckoning now again have to get 3 stars just to keep up the theoretical chance of winning by having their opponent fail. That is not a nice situation. We talked about that, but you know, they just have to keep going. That's all they can do. And looking at our other quarterfinal, things are very evened out over there. Both teams have 6 stars out of 2 attacks, and they have the exact same time so far. An average of 67 seconds. So these guys are not messing around, and they're bringing the lightning fast attacks over there as well.
Superbly close follow-up and an extraordinarily difficult match watching those two teams at the exact even point. I'm really looking forward to seeing them later. The team that wins will definitely get to see. The team that loses might not get a chance to perform on screen. Big disappointment, and yet we have still got the teams ahead on top, undefeated, that are going to be marching forward at the top of this bracket. There's 2 days of competition, just for those of you who are tuning in or learning more about the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today is day 1 of our season finals, and tomorrow the rest of the $50,000 prize pool is going to get awarded. So if you like what you see today, make sure to drop us a follow here and subscribe for more Clash in action. We've also got plenty of news for you to watch over on our social feeds, where we've got lots of replays and interesting base breakdowns on all of these teams. So thanks very much for tuning in so far. The rest of this show is going to be action-packed as Reckoning continues to try to fight from behind and take back a lead from a Milsim MG squad already qualified for Worlds that has been perfect so far in this match. Very tough start for them, but I'm looking forward to seeing if they can pull it off, Maxi.
Yeah, so am I. They are really showing off their consistency here. That is something that it's been about all season long. With the meta being so offense heavy, it is, at least for those pro players, quite easy and quite common to 3-star, which is why we see so many perfect wars. And Milsim MG, they were just able to attack over a long period of time without making major mistakes, and thus keeping their 3-star strike. And we can see it right here, that sometimes that is just enough to overcome even some of the best teams out there like Reckoning. But now all eyes on Ryuda, who is coming in with some dragons once again. We see an Electro Dragon that has to take care of a corner of the base around the Eagle Artillery. Let's see if it works out for him a little bit better than we saw before. I think it was for a player from Stmn before, and now he's sprinkling in the dragons and going all out into the core of this base.
It is going to be a hard-fought run for Ryuda. These dragons are primed and ready to make their strike. This is going to be another 3-star attempt as Reckoning pops an early Eternal Tome to protect these dragons. Overgrowth comes out right as that Eternal Tome is fading off. Ooh, does soak a Black Bomb there, but I think it might have gone onto a balloon. Not too bad news here for Ryuta, as some of these dragons are going to path over to the right side. They're going to start taking some Inferno Tower fire. The rest of them still protected by the Grand Warden are going to be making their clockwise path from the left side of the base. This is going to be a wraparound strategy that is designed to take down that Town Hall as the very last building to avoid a lot of the damage from that Giga Bomb and the poison that comes out at the end. A little bit of a difficult follow-up though, as the CC troops are going to start coming out, triggered by the heroes that are marching a little bit closer, and that is going to be even more of a slowdown factor for Ryu to consider, Maxi.
Yeah, it's interesting that they stick to the dragons even though they failed with them in their first attack, but we can see why, as this base is torn apart in 1 minute and 23, and Ryuta showing us that they have practiced and that they have skill with the dragons and know how to 3-star bases with them, and it was just one unlucky strike at the beginning from STK that just didn't get those 100%.
Tough miss there. Ryuta does manage to finish off the 3-star and will try his best to keep reckoning in this race. Max, we know that there's only 2 attacks left for both of these teams, and as the war starts to crystallize and finally show us what is still left on the table, it's really just scraps for reckoning, trying their hardest to maintain a position of strength against an opposing team that has just not missed a single time so far. Do you have any guidance or expectations on how the late war starts to feel for these players when there's less and less of an opportunity to make that comeback happen? Do they start to despair? Are they going to finally hit their stride? What's happening in their minds right now?
There is a danger that you might feel too confident if you are in Milsim's shoes now, because you just think, especially if your teammates are doing great and you're like, okay, we've got this, there's not much that can happen and stuff like that. If you have thoughts like that, then it's almost safe to say that there's a high risk of you not making it and not having it in the bag. So I think that the most important thing is just to keep being concentrated and to never feel too sure that you will win a war. I mean, that's basically some advice to every single player. It is never too late to lose a war until all the attacks are finished. So I think keeping up that concentration and being able to maintain the pressure, like a healthy pressure on yourself, is very important in the late game of a war, I would say.
Okay, that healthy bit of pressure, what they need right now, not an easy thing to ask for, but trying their best to maintain it in the face of insurmountable odds. Milsim MG's 4th attack is coming next, and it's going to be Kingsman to deliver this next blow. We've got a spiky ball ready from this Barbarian King. Invisibility and Healer Puppet, but it is going to be that giant fireball that once again is going to steal the show. The Grand Warden dropping it right on top of that Eagle Artillery. It does survive the blow, and yet that is going to be a tough follow-up now, as taking it down means that there is very little left for Ryuta to defend with. An interesting complement is going to be joining this Grand Warden over on the bottom side now with Super Witches and an Apprentice Warden. Highly unusual strategy in the early war, but when you already got a star advantage, this is a very effective way to get a 3-star. Those big boys are just so tanky and reliable, Maxi.
Yeah, they are, and we have seen Kingsman a 3-star with this strategy. It is almost always on the slower side of things, but that, as we said, doesn't matter at this stage of the war, as long as you're able to get a safe 3-star. And that's what it's looking like so far. He even still has 3 druids in the back, and the reason why he's delaying them is he wants to have continuous healing power on his super witches. And you can see that on top of the druids, you can see their health, or like you can see the time running down until they stop healing and they summon a bear, and then they won't have any more healing power. And to avoid that 7 druids all at the same time stop their healing and summon a bear, you just sprinkle in some of them a little bit later to have continuous healing, and that's what Kingsman is showing us perfectly. I also love the opener of this attack with the Warden on the Eagle Artillery, also being healed up by a couple of druids, and Kingsman has just so much true power going into the final compartments of this base, Woody, that I am not worried one bit about this being a 3-star.
Very excellent strike, and love to see the aggression here from Kingsman, taking down a very superb base, but with an army composition that you know he must have had to rebuild after he already saw the hit that came in from Reckoning, missing that triple. He found his opening and recognized that this was the time to strike.
That's right, and I think he's been practicing this as well, because it's always good as a player to have a reliable 3-star strategy exactly for situations like that. And this is apparently Kingsman's strategy of choice, and he did well with it once more. Yeah, and that's exactly what his team needed in a situation like that. You know, there's no need for a something fancy, something extremely fast or stuff like that. All he needed was a 3-star, and that's exactly what he delivered, and that's what a team captain should do.
Beautiful job there. Nothing left to say. Milsim MG have just got one more attack underway. Reckoning still with 2 more hits, need 2 triples and a defense. It has to go perfectly for them beyond this point. Otherwise, they are going to be left in a lurch, Maxi. Nothing really more to say about that either. It's like Reckoning way far behind, and with Milsim so superly far ahead, I think that this is just about ready for the history books.
Yeah. Almost. Just Tempa left for Milsim, and when he gets that 3-star in, then finally there is no chance to come back from Reckoning. But as their percentage is good as well, it means that almost any fail from Tempa over on Milsim's side could mean that Reckoning still has a chance. So if I were them at the moment, I would say, okay, Hiroya, just do what you usually do, just do a nice 3-star attack, and we still have that chance. Or like what I liked to say back in the day was, he will fail. I was just trying to plant the seed in the player's mind that this is what's going to happen, so that they attack and feel accordingly and still give it the best they have. But yeah, let's see now Hiroya flexing a nice biceps down there at the bottom of the screen. Let's see if his troops are equally strong in piercing through that base.
It's going to be a difficult run, and yet he has still got the oomph, that X factor, pushing Hiroya as far as he possibly can go to try to make that next rep happen. He is not going to show any weakness for Reckoning squad, as they know that they have got to put on a strong face if they want to have a defense on their last round of attacks. Free spell goes down, and it does miss that ground-based expo. Queen's taking a lot of shots up on the top side. She's got some healers to try to keep her safe, but she is really suffering and goes down, Maxi.
This is not good news, but he still has the king ability, so I think he should be safe there, especially with this additional free spell there. What does he have? Okay, nice, thanks to production showing us the giant gauntlet and the spiky ball, and this means a lot of splash damage, and the spiky ball damage going to 9 targets, I think, at the maximum level. And this means that even especially with the Phoenix on the king, that will bring him back to life, resurrect him there for once, he would be safe. And as I'm struggling to say that, he's already finished this base, and that was a great showing and keeping up that last bit of hope for his team.
Yeah, awesome job there, and Hiroya now knows that he has done everything he can to try to keep this in the win column. Still an extraordinarily tough run for Reckoning, but they have done a very admirable job throughout the mid-war and now the late war to try to keep this one in the win column. No easy task whatsoever, and we have got to applaud their performance. I think that Reckoning know that they're behind, but still are going to give everything they've got to try to make a win happen here.
Yeah, there we can see the stats at the bottom of the screen, and the timer for once is not decisive in this match. It is just about this star count there, and 2 stars missed by, or like 1 star missed by STK in his very first attack. That was so unfortunate there, but it is something that is hard to come back from. It is impossible to come back from on your own. You have to rely on your opponent making a mistake, and that is still where we are at in this match.
Well, the question remains, will they be able to seal the deal with their next attack? Stemn, if they score a triple in their next strike, will secure victory. It will become impossible for Reckoning to come back at that point, so their fate is in their own hands. Stemn have had all the time in the world to finalize this last attack and get everything together. Teamper, as the clutch hitter, is not expected to miss by any means, and I think that we've got an extraordinary follow-up coming in very shortly, Maxi.
Yeah, and Teamper is so experienced. He's been playing for Synchronic before he joined Stemn this year, and he was nothing less than the runner-up, the Vice World Champion in the 2023 World Championship with his team, back at the time running under the name Reputed Gaming. Yeah, as we're about to see the last two attacks in this match, let me give you a quick update on our other quarterfinal between Tribe Gaming and HTM Brazil. It is still incredibly close over there. We have 12 stars after 4 attacks for both of them, so it's all tied up, but Tribe Gaming just have the edge at the moment, 1 minute and 9 on average to 1 minute and 11 on average for HTM Brazil. So that last attack will decide the match over there, as it will here. Temper's got it in his own hands, bringing the Queen Charge Root Riders. If he 3 stars, his team continues in the upper bracket.
Terrifying follow-up now for Teamper, knowing that this is all he has to do to secure victory. One last march forward, and it will be his. Advancing to the from the quarterfinals to the semifinals of the upper bracket means that they are going to be guaranteed more prize money. They will deny access to a Reckoning squad that has sought to march through the upper bracket. This is exactly where Teamper wants to be, and this is the spot that he is so prepared and ready for. Those cool sunglasses just shading out all the opposition from his sight. Fancy Flame Flanger up on the top side as well. Going to get a lot of value against that scatter shot. Cannot fire back at it and will go down. Lots of long walking happening as well for this Queen, who's just neutralized 2 major compartments and will soon go for the Town Hall.
Yeah, so far the setup is looking really nicely. He perfectly timed a Barbarian and a Giant up there to protect this Flame Flinger from the splash damage of the Mortar. At the same time, unfortunately, he lost focus of his Queen, lost the Queen ability, but we can see that there is such limited damage on her that she was able to take out the Town Hall with the help of some rage spells there. And at the same time, the Root Riders are raining in on the left side, and they have to finish this base.
1 minute and 25 seconds left. Still has 2 free spells and that Royal Champion ability left to pop. That big monolith in the center could have been an issue for him, but with the freezes and so many Root Riders still left, this base is crushed. It's almost not too early to call it, but let's give him one last round of defense. Hiroya holding on for dear life as the Saints come marching in. Hog Riders to the very bottom side of the space annihilate that last defense, and even with a giant bomb blowing up in their face, they have nothing to worry about. Stemn have clenched victory and ensured that they will be moving on in the upper bracket.
Yes, congratulations to Stemn. Their job was to not make a mistake and not show any weakness, and that is exactly what they did, what they, I should say, continue to do throughout this year, and they are in the next round of the upper bracket. But as we said before, Reckoning is not going to be out of the competition, but just going to be down in the lower bracket. So they still will have their chance to fight through the lower bracket and get into the final. And I can tell you that HTM Brazil just 3-starred over in our other quarterfinals, so now Tribe Gaming has to do that as well, and hopefully in a faster time if they want to secure the victory. If they don't, they will be the one meeting Reckoning in the lower bracket. But yeah, that is always so tough if you get a 2-star early on. You just have to hope for that mistake of your opponent, and there are such few players here that do make mistakes, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is not the time when we'd expect to see our players falling apart. The world's qualified squads still going to be holding on to those top spots and denying easy advancement for the teams that are looking to get a last chance qualifier ticket. It is going to be a drop now for Reckoning, where they will fight in the lower bracket, but we'll have one more walk-off performance from them before things are over. Let's go ahead and look at the next attack now, as Reckoning seeks to clinch another 3-star and try to keep their heads on straight.
Yes, Ariam coming in with the Root Riders. And he wants to be quick, definitely, because, you know, he cannot win this match anyways, so he just wants to show his skill a little bit, I guess. This is why he deploys the King and Queen at the bottom, as well as the Siege Barrack at the top very quickly, and at the same time the Root Riders come in from the right side. I think he's about to use that Overgrowth spell any second now. There it goes, and it will run out just around the 2-minute mark, so he can hopefully finish around a minute, especially with those 8 Super Barbarians he still has left.
Yeah, lots still to fight over between these two players, as we know that Reckoning will have another chance to fight from the lower bracket, but this is a particularly important point of pride for Ariam, a former member of this French squad, wants to show that his teammates are nothing to sneer at, nothing to be afraid of either, as they are going to be marching straight through the core. A bit of an unfortunate drop on that Town Hall. It's going to be a lot of damage for those Root Riders and Valks, but still, there's nothing left for this base. Ariam has completely crushed it, and Reckoning are still going to be in contention with a 3-star showing to walk off and down to the lower bracket. He has got to be proud that he has held his head high against a really tough opponent.
Yeah, 1 minute and 12. That definitely shows that they are in this competition for a reason. Just this one slip up there from STK put them in the back. Otherwise, this would have been an extremely close war. But yeah, I can't say it often enough. Very impressive stuff from Milliceme to keeping up the pressure. At the same time, we have the final attack over in our other quarterfinal going on. We will give you new information on that momentarily once we know who has the better and on their side with the average time, as I think it is Yo-Yo that is doing the final strike for Tribe Gaming. But yeah, this the quarterfinal concludes with the stats we show you at the bottom of the screen. And yeah, Reckoning will try to get that perfect war when they have the next chance in the lower brackets.
Well, that is going to be it for our quarterfinal matches in the upper bracket. The war results are now on the screen for you, and it was a nice time for Reckoning, even though they fell behind by a star. 133 showed that even when they slow things down, they can still keep the time advantage over a squad like Milliceme. I expect to see them remain competitive as they do their best to fight from the lower bracket back up into this really impressive finals position. I think that we still have a lot left to go from them in our matches today and tomorrow. But congratulations due to Milliceme. They are not going to let that prize money slip away from them without a fight. Let's do a quick bracket update and take a look at the teams that are still in competition. The upper bracket now finds 3 teams. We haven't had a result yet from the Tribe versus HTM Esports, but 3 teams advancing and 3 teams moving down to the lower bracket, Maxi.
Yeah, and I can give you set update. Tribe Gaming unfortunately wasn't able to pull off the time they needed in their last attack. So it is HTM Esports continuing in the upper bracket, and Tribe Gaming find themselves in the lower bracket. So that is interesting. Every single team that has not won a silver or golden ticket yet will be in the lower bracket after the quarterfinals, and it will be decided between Tribe Gaming and Reckoning who will remain their shot.
Wow, this is going to be a tough follow-up. Love to see the on-the-point rapid adjustments to the bracket by production. Thanks very much to them. But Tribe Gaming dropping down is extraordinary. This is a team that does not yet have that golden ticket and now is 1 loss away from losing their chance at earning one. A terrifying spot now for Tribe to have to fight all the way from the very bottom, but they've got good company down there. Synchronic, a very tough opponent as well. HTM Reckoning. I mean, all four of the teams in the lower bracket are very, very tough to go up against. And it's just going to be a matter of which one can hold on the longest to try to fight back to the upper bracket. But remember, there still is the necessity of a bracket reset. Whichever team advances from the upper bracket has that advantage. So that lower bracket is a really tough spot to be in. We're going to take a quick break. Stick with us. Max is going to be hopping out, but I'm going to bring Clash Bashing back in for our next match. We're going to the upper bracket. So hold on to your seats. The Snapdragon Pro Series will continue.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. We are going to be coming up with your next match shortly as the Momentum Shifters face off against Stmn Esports, two upper bracket teams that could not be doing any better. So happy to score early wins against extraordinary opponents, but only one of them can remain undefeated and marching forward to the upper bracket finals. Welcome back, Clash Bashing. What did you make of that last match?
So unfortunate, Woody, when you get that first attack miss, but very well done by Millicene to maintain and get that victory. Sometimes all you got to do is just kind of put it in cruise control, but we've seen teams make mistakes with that in the past, but they are able to deliver and move forward in our upper bracket. So congrats to them, but I'm looking forward to this Stmn and Momentum Shifters match just because how fast Stmn went in their first war and then how close the Momentum Shifters war was that we actually didn't see on broadcast, coming down to essentially 1 second from what Maxi was telling us.
Yeah, very, very tight finish there. Semifinal number 1, though, up on the top side is going to mimic that tight competition. We're going to see Stmn Esports and the Mo Shifters moving in together. Look at this beautiful lineup. Fluxy, Ninja, Darkstar, Sinte, and Hawk are going to seek to continue their march along the top side. You know, Stamina Esports was a team that was not guaranteed advancement. They were actually the 8th seeded team because they did not win any cups. However, they did make it to the semifinals twice in Cup 1 and Cup 3. That gave them enough points to edge out Dizzy Blast and VM Surgical, finalists in our 4th and 1st Cup, respectively. And yet the Momentum Shifters is another squad with superb showings. Clash, Bashing, why don't you tell us a little bit about them?
Yeah, I like this team quite a bit. I mean, their name is so fitting. We see it time and time again. They're able to shift the momentum of any war. Leo, Ahmed, Sean, Zekin, and Imran as the roster that we see from them, and they are a very, very fun team to watch. We see them not only here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but in various community tournaments, and they are a team to be reckoned with. They do already have their silver ticket. Both of these teams already kind of don't need to necessarily get the silver ticket, but playing for that massive prize pool that we do have on the line here. Remember, $20,000 to first place. That's a handsome little purse there to take home, Woody.
Yeah, I would say so, definitely. The Momentum Shifters have that confidence, and so won't be in the same sort of spot that we saw Reckoning in just in the match past, knowing already that they don't have to contend for the world's qualification in this match. They are just focused solely on trying to take down another world's qualified team. You know, Momentum Shifters, with their opportunity to fight in the last chance qualifier, know that this is still going to be a big opportunity for them to blast through and to show what they can do. Giant Fireball and a Giant Arrow are going to be cutting into this base, and 24 Rocket Loons are going to be another quick opportunity for Darkstar to follow up for a lightning fast start here, Bash.
Darkstar known for going quick, known for these rocket balloon attacks. Overgrowth comes in about the 237, 238 mark, somewhere right in there, and now he's going to be able to work through. The Royal Champion is kind of getting caught up there on some air skeletons, but she will finally get them out. Once the Fireball comes in and takes out a big chunk of the base, it's all about collapsing in and just finishing it off. 40 seconds have elapsed, and this base is looking smoked. All we have to do is really wait for the Overgrowth to wear off.
Incredible, and the survival of those Rocket Loons also speaks to the strength of this attack. Now, he is going to have a few multi-target Infernos to face off against at the very end. That is almost exactly what he wants to see. Yeah, storage over there on the right side, a little bit slow for the cleanup here, but nothing that he can't be too worried about. Just past the 1 minute mark, Darkstar did not get the lightning fast finish that he might have hoped for with a Rocket Loon strike, so he risked a little bit. He gained some, but maybe not the dominating early beginning that Stamina Esports could have hoped for. Still, I think Darkstar is going to be very happy overall, gave his team the 3-star that they needed, and is going to be looking to keep that lead against Momentum Shifter squad that also has been putting up some pretty quick attacks, Bash.
1 minute, 11 seconds. That one looked like it could be 1 minute, 1 second, but there was just a few cleanup buildings there where he couldn't get through. Look at that. At about 56 seconds, most of the base was down. It was just that storage, that rage tower, just those last few remaining buildings Darkstar could not get to, but does eventually get through there. 71 seconds, still very, very quick, but that one really had the potential to put a little pressure on and be even faster than that. So Momentum Shifters, honestly, they're going to probably look to match that here with their first attack. You don't really want to try to go too fast and force any issues, but if you, obviously you can go faster, that is great, but you don't want to fall behind to a team like Stamina Esports because they are known for speed and consistency.
Absolutely, Bash. And just for context, Stamina Esports put up a 1 minute and 10-second average time in their last perfect v perfect war against HTM, so that was a little bit slower than their average. And 4-second attack. On the other side, Momentum Shifters had a 1 minute and 13-second average time, and so did Synchronic. Their perfect v perfect matchup was also extraordinarily close to that 70-second threshold. Bash, we've got one next attack coming out now from Momentum Shifters, where they've got to beat that 1 minute and 11-second standard set by Stamina Esports if they want to have the lead right out of the gate.
Yeah, but for momentum shifters, if they do fall behind here, say they put up 80 seconds, we see them time and time again fall behind a little bit early and then come from behind with a second, third, fourth attack, and then kind of control that fifth attack of the war. That's what I really like about this team. If they fall behind, they don't panic, they don't sweat it too much, they just do what they're used to doing, they do what they need to do, and they make the comeback if possible. I mean, we're talking a 1 second difference in their last war. We'll see if we get something close to that, but they are gonna have to go just a little bit quicker, like you mentioned, with that 1 minute 13 average is not quite enough to keep up with Stmn's first war average. So we'll have to see. I mean, still obviously 9 attacks left in this war, so lots to play out, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how fast these two teams go in our next 9 attacks.
Yeah, it is neck and neck so far. That was definitely an on-par performance for Stmn Esports, not scoring anything out of the realm, super fast or super slow. It is just kind of a steady beginning so far in this match for Momentum Shifters. And you're right, Momentum Shifters is a squad that's known for coming from behind and making that reversal happen by just hitting lightning fast in their late hits. Let's see how Ahmad does, though. Ahmad leading now was one of the slower attackers for Momentum Shifters in their previous war. He had a 1 minute and 16 second attack. Let's see how this giant arrow into Mass Dragon Army cuts through the base. 2 Electro Dragons on the bottom side to provide some additional funneling here. Interesting tech choice from Ahmad that will ensure that Eagle artillery goes down, and with the funneling provided by those balloons as well, those dragons should be going in straight to the core of the base, not worried at all about damage as they're protected that by the Eternal Tome.
One thing to take note of here is the overgrowth on the left side of the base. Going to look to push those dragons in towards the town hall, not electing to go ahead and overgrowth the town hall, instead using the freezes and the stone slammer combination to take that town hall down, along with the monolith going down as well. Of there, Stone Slammer does pop. We get a couple dragons and more balloons out of there as the overgrowth does wear off. Hogs coming out from the Royal Champion's ability, and this is looking to collapse quickly. 1 minute has elapsed. He's got to make up some time here, but I think he's going to be fine, honestly. This one's almost done.
That was a pretty unusual placement for that overgrowth. Only caught an Expo, a Builders, Expo, an Inferno Tower, and a Multi-Archer Tower. I think he may have intended to also get that scatter shot that was in that left side compartment with that ability. That would have really helped keep those dragons that were on the town hall safe. Still, it's going to be a 3-star, and we see now the replay showing you a little bit more of the action in the center there. Scatter shot firing away at the dragons, and the balloons there did cause a little bit of an issue, but time just barely north of that 1 minute mark leaves this still a very close war between the Momentum Shifters and Stmn Esports.
He was able to go a little bit faster than Darkstar. Remember, Darkstar's attack had the potential to be 7 to 10 seconds faster, just a few cleanup buildings, but Ahmed actually gives his team a 3-second advantage after the first 2 attacks. So it felt a little bit awkward. I agree that overgrowth not necessarily felt misplaced, but it kind of felt like it was in an awkward spot. But it did a really great job of directing those dragons to the right side of the base towards that town hall, and I think that was the main thing there. It didn't really deflect too much damage, but it did deflect the pathing perfectly so the troops could work in there. Now they're in the lead. If you're Stmn, you're not really panicking. It's only 3 seconds, but if you're Momentum Shifters going up against a golden ticket team, you have to be really feeling good about how you came out and started this war.
This game is all about pathing, Bash. We really cannot overstate it. As soon as those troops go down, they have got a mind of their own. They are just going to be going wherever the closest buildings or wherever their preferred targets are at. The only thing that you can do to change their direction is to drop something like an overgrowth spell. So you absolutely are right. Even if it only catches 3 defenses, those might be the exact 3 defenses that you need to shut down a really important setup and to ensure that your troops go in the right way. Still, I think denying the damage from that scatter shot wouldn't have been bad, but with an on the ball placement like that, just really quick and a little bit precarious, but nonetheless getting what he needed, I think he's going to be happy with how that turned out.
Yeah, and that's really the nice thing about the overgrowth spell. We see it mitigating a ton of damage, especially like those raged up centers of bases, but we can also see it being used for what we saw there, the pathing of the troops. Yes, it did mitigate a little bit of damage, but I thought it was just perfectly placed to get those dragons where he needed to. He only brought the Stone Slammer, used those free spells expertly, so it was really well used. Now Stmn needs to get the response. We've seen them do some really fun attacks. I really like this Stmn roster because they have a lot of players that can go really, really quick. They can do some some really creative things. Not saying that momentum shifters can't, but Stmn kind of known for that. I mean, Darkstar, we saw his first attack with the fireball into the rocket loons. Man, I still think that attack could have been a lot quicker, but he just got a little bit unlucky. Let's see what Ninja's going to bring to the table. We do have Root Riders with Valkyries. Check that out. Angry Jelly on the King. That's going to make the King target defenses only for the first 30 seconds or until he gets taken out.
Let's see how he does. It's an interesting start for Ninja, knowing that he gets to take out some important defenses in the interior. Also catches a Tesla farm there. He pops a King ability, but it doesn't look like he's gonna be able to get in there just as quickly as he may have hoped. That King ability wearing off now, and the rest of this army gonna have to do the heavy lifting. It's gonna be the assault from these Root Riders into the base, doing everything they can to keep pace and stay healthy. Eternal Tome protecting them as well. We're going to try to have to crack into that left side compartment where we've got a scatter shot trying to deny their entry, but King makes it all the way in. Just such an excellent combo to get that King backing up and supporting your Root Riders as they crash through those walls, Bash.
But it was a little bit awkward because the King was kind of left, right. He really wasn't dealing any damage on the base because he could not find a target with that Angry Jelly. The Angry Jelly was forcing him to find defenses, and the Root Riders were just too far out in front of him. And I think that's going to cost Ninja just a little bit of time here as we go 1 minute, 10 seconds. We're waiting on this gold storage over on the right side. 115, 116, 117 is going to be the final time here for Ninja. And I think actually having that Angry Jelly on the King may have cost him a few seconds. It caused that King to go circle back into the base, trying to follow the Root Riders, as we'll see right through here. Well, I guess a little bit later. Yeah, look right here. He goes right, he goes left. He's kind of just dodging all over the place. See, he just doesn't really target anything until he gets back over to that scatter shot. And I think that was a little bit of an issue for Ninja as far as time. Obviously, still a really well done 3-star, 77 seconds is nothing to scoff at. But I think he could have had a little bit more maybe if he had a different pet on that King.
Yep, slowed down just a little bit, and those seconds are going to start to add up, Bash, as this war continues. An advantage for most shifters right out of the gate is going to be hard to come back at with the Stamina Esports squad still going just about on pace and not really showing us anything out of the ordinary and unusual. Root Riders, very reliable, solid option, and a great pick there, but you've got to make some out-of-the-box tech choices to get the most out of those forces. It still seems like there's a little bit of a deficit here from the Stamina Esports squad up against a Momentum Shifters team that has just been so lightning fast and ready to continue that momentum through the late war. Please forgive using their name, but it's very apt. That's exactly what they do. They come from behind every chance they get. They continue to apply pressure way late into this war, and they rarely are a team that you can feel comfortable about until you've already beaten them. Stamina Esports have to put up 5 lightning fast attacks against them, and going first, they're in a disadvantageous position. They have to hit with 3 fewer minutes of prep time in every single wave of their attacks, and Momentum Shifters has the opportunity to respond. They get to see the attacks that are coming in against them. They know the exact standard of time or stars that they have to put up against in order to win. So Momentum Shifters are comfortable now, Bash.
I think that's something we don't talk about enough here, Woody. Sorry, a little bit early there on you, but I think having that second attack is a massive advantage in the speed meta. Knowing exactly what your opponent's done, knowing exactly what the time of the wars is, that is a huge advantage. But I was just looking over trying to check out the Momentum Shifters times in their last war. Their fastest attack was 1 minute 7 seconds from Leo, but everyone else was around, for the most part, 116, 115, 118. So I feel like we could see them slow down just a little bit here as Imran comes in with the giant arrow into the dragons. We do have Spiky Ball, Vamp Stash. I love that combination. Pair that with the 3 earthquakes, and that Spiky Ball can deal massive amounts of damage. Town Hall is going to go down there. Warden ability is in, and Imran is off to a strong start. Keep an eye off later on into this attack where the 3 earthquakes come in, likely where overgrowths on the middle of the base. The overgrowth needs to be on. There it is, finally in. It'll wear off a just about 2 minutes 8 seconds left on the attack.
Imran from Mo Shifters following up now with a few dragons along the bottom side. A very interesting spread strategy. We more often see them remain clumped up and just go massively into the core, all staying together.
We do see the CC troops spreading out now as those hogs are going to get the pull on them, but we're going to get a full collapse into the core, Bash.
Nice. Earthquake comes in with the spiky ball. I think he wanted the spiky ball to go left a little bit there to get to the Eagle. 1 minute, 2 seconds. He's going to be pretty quick here. He's just going to get to this last battle builder and nothing is there. Oh, man, it's going to cost him a few seconds. It looks like 1:11 was the final time. If that Barbarian King spiky ball bounces to the bottom side of the base instead of towards the clan castle, he could have made up all the time there, but instead just a little bit of an unlucky break with that spiky ball going to the closest target, which happened to be to the top side of the base. Still very fast, very good, but could have been even faster.
What a follow-up now for Imran to get another close strike for the momentum shifters and keep this war extraordinarily close. We see a bit of an advantage still holding on for momentum shifters. It looks like the time here is just going to be 5 seconds average in their favor. A total of, I believe, of 9 seconds overall with that 1 minute 11 hit from both Imran and Darkstar on the two opposing teams. It's going to be that 9-second advantage that Ahmad had over Ninja that so far gives momentum shifters a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, I think that is all accurate there. Obviously, we will get official times and stuff, but I agree with you, Woody, as far as that 9-second advantage to the momentum shifters. So they don't need to shift the momentum in this war. They need to maintain their momentum. I also love this team just because we get so much wordplay. Like, they make all the puns so easy for us, and I know you love the wordplay, and I just love corny dad puns. So it works out really nicely for me.
Yeah, you and me both, Bash. We love casting these teams, not just because of the wordplay, but also because they are so well matched. Extraordinarily well fought matches so far between the two of them, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they continue this fight. We've got a lot of war left between these squads, and there is still so much excitement around finding out which one of them is going to be the team to advance to the upper bracket finals. The momentum shifters and Stamina Esports still in that contentious spot around the 70-second average attack time, and it's going to take a big leap ahead for one of them to try to march on upward and ahead if they want to get that win.
And Stmn has the players that can do that. We've seen them do some really fast things. We know Synthé is a really, really fast attacker. I'm trying to look here at their times in the last war. For the most part, the times were pretty close, but Darkstar was one of the faster attacker, and Ninja was one of the faster attackers in the last war, and they've already attacked. So not saying that Fluxy Hawk and Synthé can't go faster than they did, but in the last war, the fastest two attackers, they've already attacked. So it's going to be on the other guys to kind of step up, or they're going to really have to hope for a defense. And by defense, I mean 80-second, 85-second attack. Just something a little bit slower just to leave the door a little bit open. 9 seconds is definitely not insurmountable. They could definitely make this comeback, but they have to do it now. And Synthe's going to be, oh, watch this, Woody. 8 Rocket Loons, Invis, Earthquake. We're gonna have Giant Arrow, we're gonna have Fireballs, we're gonna have all kinds of stuff. Here comes the Fireball into the Poison Tower. Nice.
Wow.
Down. Giant Arrow to take down. Oh wait, it doesn't take down the Town Hall.
It's got the Earthquake still.
Oh, yeah, but I think those Earthquakes are gonna be for the King.
Oh.
Okay.
Huh. Doesn't pop the Town Hall. I wonder, if he had intended it to take it down or not. It's going to be a quick hit for Synthé so far with that Giant Arrow and Giant Fireball popping in and coming in at multiple angles as expected. These Rocket Loons do not delay in the slightest, and they are going to be cracking into every compartment, taking down the Eagle Artillery, a scatter shot with easy cleanup for the minions behind him. No defenses to worry about, Bash.
Yeah, this is going to be super quick. Here goes the spiky ball with the Quake combo. That's going to go ahead and clear up all those buildings. This is going to be sub 1 minute for Synthé, or maybe right around 1 minute here. Oh, wait, what's left? Oh, that's Collector down there. 1 minute, 3 seconds. That's exactly what Stamina needed. 1 minute, 3 seconds gives them a little bit of wiggle room on this volley of attacks. It's going to force momentum shifters to go 1 minute, 12 seconds or faster to continue the lead of this war. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the battle builders do get a little bit of healing on the Town Hall. There was 2 builders right there, so I think the intention was for the Town Hall to go down, and perhaps he could have made up a few seconds. I thought this was sub 1 minute, but there was that elixir collector next to the CC down there, which actually cost him just a few seconds. But 1 minute 3 seconds is still very fast. Exactly what they needed. They needed Sente to step up there, and he delivers.
Absolutely does. He's got to be very proud of how that turned out. And this is going to be another solid strike from Stmn Esports, keeping their time at 1 minute and 10 seconds, right about the standard. Exactly, actually, the average time that they put up in their first war. That would be enough to defeat the Momentum Shifters, who came in with 1 minute and 13 on their time. But there's still plenty of war left for these 2 teams to fight. Sente, the star of the show so far, with a 1 minute and 3 second Rocket Loon attack. But the Momentum Shifters do come from behind. They are a squad known to pick up the pace when they have to. So let's see if that is going to be the storyline for their next strike. I cannot wait to find out what is happening next, Bash, because these 2 teams are just so evenly matched, so well positioned to make this the star-studded showdown that we have so long expected.
Momentum Shifters kind of luck out a little bit that none of the minions or anything got that last elixir collector, because that had the potential to be sub 1 minute, which could have really put a little bit of pressure on. Now with that being 1 minute 3 seconds, 63 seconds, it does allow them a little bit more wiggle room. I feel like they're not in a situation where they need to feel pressed for time or anything. 72-second attack, and they are still fine here. So I think if you're Momentum Shifters, you keep doing what's been working for you, you stick to the game plan, and you bring it to this Stmn team. If you're Stmn, you're going to have to make up maybe a little bit more time. I guess obviously we'll have to wait and see what Momentum Shifters does here, but I think Momentum Shifters just sticks to their game plan with this next attack.
Yeah, I think that this is still a really great position for Stmn Esports to be in, though. Although they have to attack first, and although they know that Momentum Shifters are a team that make comebacks happen so often, can they do so with time still being so narrowly close between the 2 of them? This has got to stay just as fast as it began, and maybe even get faster. Momentum Shifters with just a single second tilting toward them, but not yet confidently in their favor. I think that this is still just neck and neck, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Leo follows up. He's got 2 Druids to back up this Root Rider Valk army. Spiky Ball for the King is going to be smashing through. Frosty on the Queen as a giant arrow cuts through the bottom right corner of this base. We've also got a Siege Barracks now going to be moving in against the enemy Royal Champion. P.E.K.K.A.s will chop her up, no problem at all. And no questions asked for these Root Riders who are beginning to move in on this bottom compartment. Queen catches a Tesla and a Skeleton Trap. That'll slow her down a little bit, but with the Overgrowth now out, that is going to be a lot of big defenses taken out of the core of the space, Bash.
Tons and tons of super barbs on this. An interesting thing you called out there, it was the Frosty on the Queen. For so long, it was a general consensus that Unicorn goes on the Queen, but now with the healer puppet, where the Queen essentially gets 3 free healers with her equipment, that Frosty's able to come in and slow down some of those defenses so she can maintain a little bit of a Queen walk on the outside of these bases. It's not necessarily a charge because she's not really aimed to go into the base. She will take out the Town Hall here, but her job is really just to maintain, clear up some of those outside buildings, and allow everything else to do the work through the middle of the base. Queen will go ahead and take down the Town Hall here. 1 minute has elapsed, and this one's going to be 1 minute and 4 seconds. Responding to Sente's attack, only losing 1 second. If you're Leo, you have to be feeling great. Your team is still up 8 seconds after 3 attacks. I just wanted to look at their last war. Leo was the fastest attacker, I believe. He was 1 minute 7 seconds, so he went even quicker than their first war. So that's exactly what they needed.
Superb showing, and we see an even more interesting war coming in hot as the Momentum Shifters can keep their lead after all. A 1 minute and 4 second strike from Leo is the fastest time on this board, and it is also going to be the actually, I take it back. Cynthia had a 1 minute and 3 second attack. It's the fastest time on the board for the Momentum Shifters, and it keeps their lead secured. The later we get in this war, the more difficult it's going to be for Stmn Esports to get back ahead. And with a 1 minute in either 7, if you're looking at the league stats, or 8 seconds, I think it's right around that 107 to 8 mark for Momentum Shifters, and the same for Stmn Esports, just slightly slower. Fluxy and Hawk are going to have to make up that difference and are going to start to be sweating, Bash.
Yeah, it's gonna get tight really quick. It's still fine though. 8 seconds with 2 attacks. That's nothing to panic over. We know Hawk can do some really fun things. We've seen him do some really fast attacks in the past. We know Fluxy, really consistent fast attacker as well. So if you're Stamina Esports, you have to be feeling good about your chances. But on the counter to that, if you're momentum shifters, you're able to respond to these super quick attacks that Stmn's putting up, and you're able to keep pace with them and maintain your lead. So both of these teams have to be feeling good about their chances to win this war and move forward. But at the same time, all it takes is one building, one slip up, one mistake, one misplaced spell or troop, and it can cost your team this whole war. We got 4 attacks left, Woody, and this is a tight one.
It sure is, Bash, and I'm so excited to see how it turns out. Leo giving us exactly the follow-up that we'd expect to see from the momentum shifters. If they're going to maintain their lead, they have got to go toe-to-toe against a Stamina Esports squad that is showing creativity, excitement, energy. Momentum shifters are doing exactly the same and then some. Sean and Zekin, the last 2 attackers for the momentum shifters, are also extraordinarily rapid attackers, but they were not necessarily the quickest in the last round of combat against Synchronic. They were the reason why that match got so terrifyingly close at the end, barely eking out a win. But at 1:15 and 1:18, Sean and Zekin may be the weakness here for momentum shifters. If Hawk recognizes that and sees an opportunity to strike fast and make this win happen, he's got to take it right now, Bash.
But on the counter of that, Hawk and Fluxy were 2 of the slowest attackers for Stmn as well. So both of these 2 players remaining for each 2 teams need to step up and keep the pace up for their squad. Hawk is in really early with the Root Riders, getting the Siege Barracks over there on the right side. World Champion is already in following that Siege Barracks, and everything is into this base. Tons and tons of damage being dealt out. King Dao does join the party from the bottom of the base. Here comes the Overgrowth at 136, so that'll wear off about 2 minutes, 8 seconds remaining. So lots going on here. This is the toughest part about these attacks. We talk about the speed meta and how great it is to go fast, but we don't talk about how much is going on here. He had to deploy 5 different areas essentially on this base just to get everything where it needs to go. Now he's got to collapse into the core, and the pace is looking strong, but it's looking to slow down a little bit here, Woody.
Yeah, this is a tough pickle for Hawk to find himself in now, as he's having to crash in as quickly as possible to this core, soaking the town hall damage on the remaining troops and heroes that are in there. That's going to slow them down and cause the death of one of them. But hey, at the very end, the spiky ball is going to bounce around and finish off all the remaining structures. A still respectable, very quick strike from Hawk. Not necessarily the big over-the-top performance that was going to close them out for a victory. But when it all started to look dark and perilous, Hawk found a way to soar above and get the win in that 3-star race. So far, Stamina Esports are doing admirably in this difficult position with a 1 minute, and I want to say it was about 4-second follow-up. We're going to get the confirmation soon on that one. Stamina Esports is going to reduce their overall time and go just about evenly matched against the momentum shifters.
I think it was 1 minute 5 seconds. I think we got one more tick off on the clock there. Obviously, we'll wait for the official times. We're between 104 and 105 there on the attack there from Hawk, but that's exactly what he needed. I talked about it at the beginning of that attack. He had to go quicker than his last war, and he does just that. That forces a lot of pressure onto the momentum shifters. With the 8-second lead, they still have, they can go 73 seconds and still be fine, but you really don't want to give up that lead going into the last attack. If you could maintain, maybe get 105, 106, 107, and maintain that lead and give your team a chance, that's obviously optimal. But we're talking a 65-second attack, Woody. That is so tough to do, and we're seeing it consistently done by both of these squads right now.
Yeah, super tough follow-up and no real clear advantage for either team thus far. We know that there's a lot still left in this war. With just 3 attacks, it seems like it should be all over by this point, but this is exactly the same evenly timed spot that Synchronic and the momentum shifters found themselves in just one match before. It is yet again going to be the same storyline going into this next round of combat, with just so close of a time between the two of them. Stamina Esports putting up an admirable showing once again, giving us another really close follow-up. But the momentum shifters maintain their lead. Sean and Zken need to do what they couldn't do last war, though, and give us times that are in that 1 minute and 10 to 15 second range if they want to keep their lead. They're going to be starting to slowly have that time peeled away from them as Stamina Esports are getting ever and ever closer. A 2-second average time difference between the two of them now. But the momentum shifters, as always, are known for coming back even when things seem dire. So I'm really expecting to see them continue to put that pressure forward and to show us a confident finishing blow here, Bash.
And it is going to be Sean. I think the goal for this attack for Sean needs to be 70 seconds or less. No easy task by any means, but it is going to be Root Riders along with those Valkyries, along with the Super Barbarians to clean up this base. One thing we're seeing that's making a huge difference on attacks is the Spiky Ball. I thought Hawk's attack was going to be a little bit slower, but Spiky Ball is able to target 9 buildings and deal so much damage. Spiky Ball goes off early on this attack, dealing damage to the Eagle Artillery and also to that Expo. Here comes the Overgrowth there. I think it was about 2 minutes 32 seconds, so that'll come off right about 2 minutes 4 seconds, but everything's in, Woody, and he's surging right through the middle of the space right now.
Lightning fast strike from Sean and doing everything he can to keep that pace up for the momentum shifters. At the 1 minute and 9 second mark, he would still maintain a lead against Stamina Esports, but if he goes any slower than that, is going to be a big drop in power. All coming down to the last few remaining seconds as he pummels away on that town hall. A big rage for haste for that royal champion is going to keep her going as fast as she possibly can. The last freeze is out, shutting down that Expo. Still a ricochet cannon in contest. But man, this is a lot slower than we were really hoping for from Sean. Now passing the 1 minute and 20 second mark. The momentum shifters have fallen behind, Bash.
Oh no, that's exactly what they could not afford to do. They give up 17 seconds there, and they are now going to trail by 9 seconds to Stmn. That is the defense that Hawk needed. Hawk was able to fly through the base and then hold Sean on the response. That is a huge volley in the 4 spot. Now, it's going to be all the pressure on momentum shifters in the final attack. This war should come down to the final attack of the war. Fluxy's going to need to go quick. Really, Fluxy, if he can maintain something 70 seconds, it puts all the pressure onto momentum shifters with their last attack of the war.
Terrifying spot to have to follow up in, and you know that this is going to be just what the Stamina Esports squad was hoping for, with a slow attack from momentum shifters. That calm, cool, steady pace so far has got to give Fluxy exactly what he needs to finish this one off for the advantage. He's got a 2-second time advantage in his favor, and he just needs to keep that same pacing that the rest of his teammates have put up so far. There's no way that he can guarantee a win with just a 3-star showing here and now, but at least he can make it extremely difficult for momentum shifters to come back in for a lead. Zken, the last to strike, is once again not going to be one of the quickest attackers that we've seen, and this is really flipping the script with the momentum shifters known for coming back. They are now in a spot where they are going to have to do so in record fast time with only 1 attack to do it, Bash.
We know Zken can go quick, but we've also seen Zken have those little bit of slip-ups when trying to go quick as well. But I think that's common with anyone. When you're trying to make up a lot of time on the final attack, you're definitely more prone to mistakes. Those nerves get to you. I mean, we're talking very precision drops, and your fingers get jittery when you're trying to drop those troops in those precise locations. Maybe even the invisibilities if you're trying to do, a nice Warden fireball. So a lot comes down to these final attacks, but Fluxy has to put up and deliver first. Fluxy can't afford really to like an 80-second attack here. It's still got to be in that 70-second range and really put all that pressure on Zken to close this war out.
Right, you are, Bash. Little time remaining for these two teams, but Stamina Esports gets a shot in the arm as their endurance is going to keep them alive into the 5th and final round of attacks from these two teams. The upper bracket final spot is up for grabs. 2 attacks left. Who wants it more? Let's find out as Fluxy, the last to march in for Stamina Esports, is bringing in a standard complement. It's going to be the Valkyries and Root Riders striking hard and fast. The left left side corner, sees a Siege Barracks go down as the Root Riders are ready to march on, and it's a Royal Champion joining that Siege Barracks for even more work out the left side corner, and a Rage spell drop to keep them going as fast as possible against a tough Barbarian King foe. Fluxy has got a great eye for that bottom side of the base as well, using that Archer Queen and a Healer Puppet to take out that compartment, and he's already moving in toward the center of the base with an early Overgrowth spell drop there, Bash.
Yeah, the Overgrowth was right on time here. Everything's looking to be on pace here for Fluxy as the Root Riders are making their way to the middle of the base. About 45 seconds has elapsed, and he's got about 57% of the base down rather. He still does have Spiky Ball to be deployed on the King, so that's going to be making up a ton of time on the cleanup. Keep an eye on it as we're just getting close to that 1 minute mark. There goes the Spiky Ball for the King right on the Town Hall, taking out some of those surrounding buildings. 1 minute 3 seconds have elapsed, and this base is going down quickly. He looks to be on pace for that 70-second attack that I was talking about. A little bit slower, but not too much here. It's going to be 73 seconds. That's exactly what they needed, I think. I think that puts a lot of pressure on. Now you force momentum shifters into a really tough spot. They need to be at a 1 minute 3 second attack really to win the war, 1 minute 4 second attack to tie the war. But if they did that, I believe they would have the fastest attack of the war, and they would win our third tiebreaker. So if they're able to tie it on time, I'm pretty sure the 1 minute 4 second is faster than the 1 minute 5 second of Hawk. So they could essentially win another war by 1 second, Woody. This is it's going to be really interesting for Zekin.
Yeah, sure will be. This is a very tough spot for Zekin to be in at this point. Still not entirely impossible. We have that ever so slight opportunity for him to put an extremely fast attack up on the board to try to clear this out, but he's going to have to make up a 2 second deficit across the entire board. So multiply that by 5. He's got to put up an attack that's 10 seconds quicker than all of the other ones combined. You got to expect that to be a sub 1 minute performance, and so there's really no other attack style that can do that besides the Rocket Loons. Can he pull off an upset showing in the 11th hour to give us a final inning smashing blow against a Stamina Esports squad that does not seem to be showing any weakness at all?
Well, if the numbers are right, I believe it's 64 seconds, and we've seen some dragon attacks be right in there with that 64 seconds. That combination with the Spiky Ball with the King and with 3 Earthquakes, that could make up a little bit of time taking out some of those major defenses. Obviously, we will wait for official times, but I don't think this one is quite out of reach. I don't think it's where we need that dramatic, really huge hit here. I think he can still do something within his comfort zone, something that's not going to be too crazy, but you really can't hesitate here. That's the main thing. Maxi always kind of points out when the army is in, that's something we're going to have to keep our eyes on. You need that army in probably within the first 10 seconds of this attack. No hesitation, unless it's a fireball. You can have a little bit more wiggle room, obviously, but you have to be really deliberate with your movements and really have to have your plan down for this final attack.
Okay, so 63 seconds for the win is a lot to ask, but it's not impossible. Might be able to see it with Rocket Loons, could possibly see it with Mass Drags. There's a few different ways to make this showing happen, but you know he has got a lot of pressure on him right now. Everyone on his team must be giving him all the space that he needs right now to try to finalize and put his last little finishing touches on this attack. You cannot pressure anyone in a spot like this anymore by yelling at him, by trying to give him a last little bit of advice. It's all down to Zekin now. They can, give him pointers and call out shots as spotters, but Zekin is going to have to do everything he can with, unfortunately, a Root Rider Valkyrie army not known for being the fastest, and this is a super spread out base. Very tough for Zekin to take down in the 63 seconds he needs for the win, Bash.
Yeah, I didn't see if he had Spiky Ball on the King there, but there's no Earthquakes in there, so he's not really going to look to do that Earthquake combination trick there. Everything is in very fast. Look at the Root Riders were in within 8 seconds, so he knows he has to move. He has to go quickly. The King is in. The Queen's on the outside again, just doing her little bit of a Queen walk on the exterior of the base. There goes Spiky Ball just to clear out some of those core buildings, and the Overgrowth is in right about 2 minutes and 39 seconds, so very good pace there. When that Overgrowth comes up, he'll have a lot of time to work through here. The main thing is you got to get through these 3 Ice Golems in the middle of the base. Those are going to be the main deterrent, but everything's off to a great pace thus far.
Beautiful start for Zekin, and knowing that he has got a lot of his forces still left on the board. He's got to do everything he can to push that time even quicker. He's got one more rage spell to drop right in the core. It's going to be on the Hog Riders and the Royal Champion crashing into the Town Hall. He's going to make it all the way to the very end. 90% of the base is down. He's got 10 seconds left to finish it off. One little balloon is creeping in toward the top side. Can he do it? Pass. 3 seconds left. Teslas go down. The multi-archer tower finished off, but it is too slow. It is going to be an exact time for Zekin and Fluxy. And I think that it's just going to be a second or two in Stmn Esports' favor. Let's wait for the final announcement.
I believe it's 2 seconds, Woody. I believe it's 2 seconds. I think they edged them out here. We're waiting, obviously, for final word, but
Who edged who, Bash?
Oh, man.
I think that Stmn Esports edged out Momentum Shifters. I think Stamina got the win. And yes, it's confirmed. Stamina Esports by a 2-second margin, even exactly, are going to move on to the finals in the upper bracket.
Oh, man. That's devastating. That is devastating. Zekin brought a really quick attack, but just those last few buildings, the skeletons in there, the king was just held up for too long. The ice golems held everything up, and Momentum Shifters fall to Stmn. They will go down to the lower bracket. However, they are not eliminated, so hope is not lost for the Momentum Shifters, who do already hold a silver ticket, but they will look to scratch their way back into the finals. And Stmn, they go into our upper bracket finals, which will be tomorrow, guys. Man, what a war. These two teams brought it in this one. This one lived up to the hype, and that was as close as we can see. A 3-second win for Stmn Esports.
Beautiful. Stamina have done it, and with just the skin of their teeth have bitten off a huge chunk of Momentum Shifters. That is going to be an extraordinary follow-up, and just once again, nothing else to say. They have left nothing on the battlefield, have done everything they could to make this one as tight as possible, and they have come away with the win they were looking for. Let's take one more look at the bracket, Bash.
Oh man, here we go. Stmn Esports does move into that upper bracket final. Momentum Shifters goes down to the lower bracket, where they will face the winner of Tribe versus Reckoning. Oh, that one was intense. But next up, we will see HCM Esports Brazil going against Milliceme MG. Another battle of silver and gold ticket winners so far. This one should be really, really hype. But man, that war, that was good. Momentum Shifters, man, even though they lost that one, it feels like they're on their A game. Whoever's going to have to face them in that second matchup down there in the lower bracket, it is going to be a tall task. But guys, don't go anywhere. We got more Clash of Clans esports action. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and welcome back, Eve Maxi. We had a barn burner of a war there with Stmn edging out the momentum shifters by 3 seconds. Offline, we do have another match being played, Tribe Gaming versus Reckoning. Tribe is up massive on time, and it looks like if they can 3-star their final attack, they will win that war and eliminate Reckoning, but we're still waiting on that final word. Maxi, how are you feeling so far, man? Crazy day.
I am feeling great. It is indeed, and Tribe Gaming is just about to finish that last base. It was a close one from Yo-Yo, but he 3-starred. So now we would need a sub 50, sub 40 second attack from Reckoning in their last attack, I think. So this is almost done and dusted, but we'll wait for the official result in a couple of seconds. But yeah, amazing match you had on stream as well. Such a close one between Stmn and Momentum Shifters, both at around 1 minute and 10 on average, and we keep on getting faster and faster. You know, at the beginning of the season we talked about 80-second attacks, then 75, now we're at 70. These teams just don't stop, Bash.
Yeah, it is crazy how this season continues to develop, but now we have Millicene MG, a golden ticket winner, going up against the current world champions, now playing under HTM Brazil, formerly of Clash Champs. They do have a silver ticket, so again, both of these teams do not need the silver ticket that is on the line here, but I'm sure they could use $20,000, our top prize pool, for the winner of our tournament.
I agree, and they want to get it. Millicene MG with Kingsman, Max, Nachoa, Tryhard, and Timper, the man with the sunglasses. But we're still able to see everything that is going on his tablet very nicely, and they're taking on HTM Esports.
Yeah, HTM Esports, they are a solid squad. Achilles, Celino, Pato, Leo, Bernal, and Ito. These guys, I just love watching them play. They can bring it when they need to. We talked about, you and I actually referred to it earlier, where Bernal needed a really fast attack and he almost delivered there. So these guys are well seasoned. They've been playing together for years among years among years, obviously with a few roster changes here and there. That's how esports always goes. So this one should look to play out really, really well for us as we're waiting on that official word. Did that war end the Tribe and Reckoning war? I think we're still waiting on that final attack there. What do you got for me, Maxi?
Yeah, they are still missing one attack, but I just took a look at the exact times, and Reckoning would need a 26-second attack to win this match. So I think we can call this won by Tribe, because I think that this is physically impossible to do that. So I think the word record time is around 44 seconds is the fastest that we've seen so far, so this is out of the possible. So it's definitely going to be Tribe Gaming continuing their run, and Reckoning is out. But now we concentrate on the first attack of Millicene versus HTM Brazil, and Max is kicking us off once more with the Root Riders.
Root Riders, the favorite of a lot of these pro teams. It's just so consistent, it's so strong, but also when you're able to do some of the things these pros are able to do. I know a lot of people like, love the Root Rider attack. I love the Root Rider attack, but these pros are able to use it in such a way that's just so unique and so different, and that's what I love watching. Like I mentioned earlier, there's like 4 or 5 things going on any attack. Keep it on the King. King's goes to spiky ball there, but he does have Phoenix, Warden ability to protect the Root Riders, and finally the Siege Barracks on the left-hand side. So everything is off to a good pace here, but that Overgrowth was a little bit late. It'll actually wear off with over a minute remaining or elapsed on the attack, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, we always say that, and we would of course want the attacks to be around 1 minute, but then again, looking at all the average times that were necessary to win wars, we didn't go below 1 minute and 9, and that is 69 seconds. So I think if you're able to get if we get attacks around 70-75 seconds, you're still good to go. I was just being a little bit surprised there, because nothing was pathing into that town hall, but eventually the Queen is going there. Max is nicely freezing it, but it is still not on the faster side dash. In fact, this is not finishing around the 70 nor the 80 second mark, rather around the 1 minute 30.
this is definitely not the start that they're hoping for. He got a little bit unlucky. There were some skeletons over there where the super minions came out of that siege barracks.
Wait.
And he did not get much. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, this is falling a little bit here. Queen is in that poison. The Root Riders are going to get burned up by the single. This is a minute 40. This is not the start we want from Milliceme MG, as this one's going to be a minute and 35, 36. Still going. 37, a minute. Oh, whew. Oh man. Or was that a minute 39 there?
I mean, I didn't even check the time anymore. I was rather checking the health of the troops because, to be honest, I was worried if that was even going to go all the way.
Yeah, I think that was a minute 49, 111 left on the clock. Oh man, that is a tough start. It's almost like starting with a 2-star. We've seen this Milliceme team do that in the past where they've just had those little slight mistakes on their first attacks. Yeah, it's going to be 111 there on the clock, so I guess it would be 149 for the total attack time. That is really, really slow for an opening attack. We've seen teams going 70 seconds on average here throughout our wars to win them, and going against HCM Brazil, you can't leave that kind of opening for them. They're going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Max went 67 seconds in his opening attack in the other war, where Reckoning 2 start after that. So I guess this opener doesn't put too much pressure on their opponents now, so that HDM Brazil would fail. Also, they're so experienced, being the current world champions. I think we mentioned that before, that I doubt that they will start things off with the 2-star, but you never know. And in the meantime, Ariam has done the finishing attack for Reckoning against Tribe Gaming, and as we expected, he was not able to get a 27-second attack. And there we have the updated bracket, confirming that Tribe Gaming got the victory. Ariam finished with 65 seconds, in fact, so that was quite impressive. But it's going to be Tribe Gaming moving on in the lower bracket, and they're next facing Momentum Shifters.
Now their tall task for Tribe, as we're kind of talking about the bracket, they need to outlast HTMNA, because those are the two tickets, or the two teams remaining without a silver ticket. So whoever places higher in the tournament will actually get that silver ticket. So pretty interesting development there in the lower bracket. But Achilles is in here with the Root Riders, tons of Super Barbarians in here. The Siege Barracks is in on the left-hand side, and everything is working really, really nicely. 30 seconds until the attack, and the Overgrowth is already in. I like the pacing so far.
Yeah, me too. It's looking really good. I mean, it's interesting because the Overgrowth spell actually has quite limited value, because there are just 4 buildings next to the town hall in this big compartment that he overgrew. But yeah, that's just an interesting side note. Apart from that, I think it's still looking okay. However, on the outside, the troops are thinning out quite a bit, and I think that Achilles at this point only has the king left.
Uh-oh. Warden is in there. One super. This could be I think this might be a fail.
Oh, the Warden sniping the giant cannon.
Yeah, with the ricochet cannon and the multi-arch tower on the right, along with that queen. If the queen stays over the wall and the king can't reach her, this is going to be a problem for Achilles. This is going to be even slower, if not a fail. This is going to be a tall time.
Yeah.
What an opening from these two teams. This war can now swing either way. The king's going to have to beat through a couple walls, and at best, this is going to be even slower than Max's attack, but this has a very high risk of failing.
Yeah, but this actually is a nice wall, because the king is now on the outside, and he might eventually go around the corner to get to the ricochet cannon. So he's not beating at a wall while he is in the range of those defenses getting fired at. But look at this! The Warden moving to a position where he gets shot at by the ricochet cannon and the multi-archer tower, and that is a double unfortunate, because this way he lost the healers and he lost the rage aura of the Warden. And oh, there's not even a Phoenix. I thought there was a Phoenix on the king. I was just expecting it. And we can see Haaland, the Haaland king, lying on the floor there, holding his leg. And unfortunately, that's what Achilles might be feeling like right now. Opening with the fail once more. And Bash, I'm just wondering, what did Milliceme do with their their bases, 2 times holding in the very first attack against their opponent.
Well, you kind of talked about it. There wasn't a ton of overgrowth value there, but also it felt like Achilles had that overgrowth in relatively early. There really wasn't anything there to really mitigate that damage. So by the time everything's there stuck in that middle compartment, that overgrowth was worn off and everything just kind of got burnt up there. So I'm a little bit shocked. I thought that HTM would kind of have the driver's seat here. They would be able to control the pace of this war, but instead they falter, and now MMG is going to be in the driver's seat of this war. All they have to do is 3-star out and they will get the guaranteed victory. Time does not matter anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't expect that development, that's for sure. And Achilles has been such a consistent opening attacker for HTM. You know, knowing his troops so well, knowing exactly what to expect from them, and anticipating what value they can get perfectly. But this time, for some reason, his he had a big misjudgment of his troops there on the outside, getting the value that he wanted them to get, and unfortunately. This is now exactly the same situation as before when I was casting the Reckoning match with Woody. Now they're in a position where they just have to keep on 3-starring, but they cannot catch up out of their own power.
Tryhard is our next attacker, and it's going to be Root Riders. We already talked about it a little bit, but all they have to do, it's so awkward saying that, all they have to do is get a perfect war and they win. But that's just the reality of the speed meta we live in. A lot of times we're keeping an eye on the clock. Every war so far, we've been keeping an eye on that clock. But once your opponent fails and misses a 3-star, that leaves it open to any perfect war will win you the war. So if Milliceme MG can get perfect this war, they will be guaranteed the victory. However, HCM Brazil is going to hope their bases can hold, but it's going to be a tall task against this golden ticket winner. Overgrowth is in. Tryhard is looking strong so far.
Yes, he is. I think he would have wanted to overgrow that poison tower as well, but there are so many troops that they will take out the defenses quickly and move out of the poison spell quickly as well. Royal Champion doing some great work on the top side of the base, and we can already see that on all of the flanks. The outside buildings are more or less gone. So perfect estimation of what kind of value his troops will get, and now the perfect use of the freeze and the double freeze and rage spell around the town hall, and the Royal Champion with the Hawk puppet is going to do the job herself, and Tryhard getting the 3-star. We can see him sitting outside there happy about this 3-star. Very nice face cam footage there.
I would be nervous sitting outside. I'd be nervous about the Wi-Fi personally. Is the Wi-Fi connection good outdoors? I would want to be as close to the modem, the router. I just want to be hardwired in there if possible. You don't want to risk it here. We know that 3-stars will get you the victory, but I mean, just imagine a disconnect. We don't see it very often, but it could happen. But Tryhard gets the job done. Wi-Fi is too strong out there in the nature. I'm sure he's near a building there or close by, but gets the job done. Now, if you're HCM Brazil, you have to 3-star and kind of just cross your fingers. There's not a whole lot you can do. It's kind of out of your hands. It's really going to be on MMG to make a mistake, but you still have to keep the 3-stars rolling.
Exactly. At this point, that is all that they can do, and they should just tell themselves that, tell each other that, and give it still all they got. And even if they're if Milliceme don't make a mistake, in the end, the worst case is that they will move to the lower bracket and they will still have their second chance to fight their way back. I mean, looking at the bracket here, I'm not even sure which position they are at right now, but I think top 6 is for sure. So that should be at least, I think, $3,000 or $4,000. So already a great achievement from HTM Brazil.
Yeah, that's right. But what could be interesting is if they do go down to the lower bracket, like it looks like they may, if HTM NA wins, we could see an HTM showdown down there in the lower bracket, which would be an elimination match. And HTM Brazil could potentially hold back their teammates from a silver ticket if they were to eliminate them in that matchup. It could be interesting. That lower bracket is really shaping up to be really interesting tomorrow, guys. Make sure you come back for that. I think we may even have a lower bracket matchup a little bit later on for our final match here today, if I'm right. And we'll have upper bracket grand final tomorrow. So well, things will shape up in that lower bracket really quickly later on today.
Yeah, that's right. Later on, we'll have Synchronic versus HTM-NA, and this is going to be very, very important, because if HTM-NA lose, Tribe Gaming will have the silver ticket for sure. So they will be cheering on Synchronic for once. And at the same time, HTM-NA will definitely try to keep themselves in the race and be able to get the silver ticket themselves. Yeah, we have Leo now from HTM Brazil and coming in with the Root Riders. And something I wanted to add as well was that if HTM NA and HTM Brazil were to play against each other, I think that they should play for the name, and just one can keep them, so we don't get confused by it anymore. How about that?
Oh, Maxi Savage out here. I mean, we do see a lot of families, so to speak, within our Clash Clans esports community. The Dizzy esports squad has like 3 teams under their banner we've seen all throughout our tournament. Queen did go down on the left side. We do see the 2 HCM teams here. If you're HCM Brazil, really you just gotta kind of stick to your game plan, just focus up here, and if you do end up losing this, try to build that momentum up. I'm a big momentum guy. I think that's why I like the momentum shifter so much. I really believe in momentum kind of carrying you into the future matches. So if you're able to, you know, get some nice solid attacks, some fast attacks moving into the next matchup, I think you'll feel good. Obviously that'll be tomorrow, so maybe that momentum cools off, but we'll see how everything develops, as Leo is actually kind of struggling a little bit here. That Town Hall is now awake, and man, could we see another mistake here?
I was about to say, Leo does not have any momentum here whatsoever, and he's most likely not going to get even the 2-star. We could see that this exact attack was baited. Very early on, we could see that there were black mines all around the position where the Queen was using her healer puppet. 3 or 4 black mines were there. He raged the Queen, but the Queen didn't even survive, so no value there out of the Queen and the rage. In combination, can he even get the Town Hall? That is the question now, but still, even if Bash, does he have a Phoenix? Oh, okay, it was very low.
Yeah, it was low, but I was
that's
worried.
all she wrote there. No Phoenix.
I was worried because he was going to step into the monolith, but when he was in his giant form, remember, he deals splash damage over those walls. Sorry, not trying to speak over you there, Maxi, but I was a little bit nervous about the 1-star. But it's another miss nonetheless, and this one is basically out of reach. This is all but over for HCM Brazil. At this point, you pretty much just kind of hang your hopes and just focus up for the next match tomorrow. I think their day is going to be busy with lots of practice, lots of regrouping, lots of team meetings after today. Luckily, it is a 2-day tournament, so they will have the evening to cool off. They can regroup, they can get on voice, get their comms straight, get everyone on the same page, and focus up for tomorrow against their matchup against the winner of HCM NA and Synchronic down there in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now that, I mean, we say it time and time again, there's always a chance until the very last attack that you win this war. You were talking about Wi-Fi before. Any issue can happen at any given time, so it's not over until it's over, but this is sure looking very, very bad for HTM Brazil, with 2 2-stars now on the scoreboard that we can see right below our faces there. They are now 2 stars behind Milsim MG, so it means that they would have to get a 1-star or 2 2-stars, either of which is highly unlikely at this stage of the competition and at the level that MMG is playing at. But yeah, we have to wait and see. Anything can still happen. And sometimes, you know, if we see a fail, it's not that unlikely that it is a 1-star as well. Then it can basically be both, as we just saw with Leo's attack that was awfully close to becoming such a 1-star.
I thought it was going to be a 1-star personally. I thought it was really there with the monolith. Luckily, the King did get some damage on the Town Hall, but it's going to be Nachoa coming up next. More Root Riders, just going to play with the safe attack. Does have the jump spell in there that's usually for the King to get a little bit deeper value into the base. And I think if you're MMG here, you just kind of play it safe. Do what you need to do just to get these 3 stars. You do have a little bit of wiggle room for one mistake, but you don't really want to make that mistake if possible. But everything is pretty much in here. We do have the jump spell for the King to go into that Royal Champion compartment, and everything is moving through the base. Ice Golems out of the Clan Castle will slow this down just a little bit.
Yeah, Facecam is working nicely for Nachoa as well. Everything is working so far in this attack. Nice use of the overgrowth spell. We would usually say he used it quite late, but time doesn't matter. He just wants to 3-star, so he plays it safe to get maximum value out of this spell. He still has a Tesla farm around the monolith to take care of at the bottom of the screen. As I'm saying that, lots of Super Barbarians flying around the map. I'm wondering why not more of these athletes use the regular Barbarians to trigger these spring traps. But anyways, this is going to be GG's. I don't see any chance for this base to survive, as Nachua is pumping his arms there in the camera, knowing that he's done the job for his team.
Yeah, I love that we have player cams here for our grand final. Obviously, when it works, sometimes we do have technical issues. Nachoa feeling really well, flexing on the camera. Again, time doesn't matter here. It's really all about getting the 3 stars. They even have wiggle room for 1 mistake. If something does happen, they can afford a 2-star. They can't afford a 1-star, however. That would make things very interesting if somehow they missed the Town Hall. But it feels like they're reading these bases of HTM really well. They're executing their plans just the way they need to. And Milliceme MG look to move forward into our upper bracket grand final tomorrow.
Yeah. They're not showing any weakness. They're as consistent as ever, and I don't really see them failing any attack. They must be so confident with how it's going for them. Offense on point, defense on point. So far, they are exactly the team that you would expect to see at the top of the competition. But the Open Finals is still very young. We're in the 4th out of at least 10 matches we will see this weekend, today and tomorrow combined. And we will only know tomorrow evening who will win the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5.
Yeah, remember, we will play all of our matches till we get our winner tomorrow, even if that does mean we have a bracket reset. If the team from the lower bracket does beat the team from the upper bracket, we will have a bracket reset, and then we will crown our champion. And we will, honestly though, we can decide our silver ticket winner essentially before the grand final even happens, as only a few of these teams, I guess 2 remaining teams, do not have a silver ticket in HTM NA and Tribe Gaming, which Tribe Gaming has already won their lower bracket matchup. Now it's going to be on HTM NA to try to win their lower bracket matchup and keep their hopes alive for the silver ticket. So a lot on the line still here, not just prize pool money, not just the silver ticket, but a lot of pride as well for the silver ticket and golden ticket winners.
That's right, and if HTMNA were to win later on in the next match against Synchronic, then in the next match they would face the loser of the match we are showing right now, while Tribe would have to face Momentum Shifters. I mean, this is already decided that they will face off against each other, so it's going to be really interesting. If both of them lose, for example, it will come down to a tiebreaker, and we would have to go very deep into the data we have on both teams and their performances within the season. So I hope that we will have a clear winner either today or tomorrow. But now we're in the next attack. Celinho from HTM Brazil is going to, show us, I hope, that they are able to 3-star as well.
I say if there's a tiebreaker, put them in a matchup and let them fight it out and see who gets that silver ticket. But I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, because HTMNA still has to win their matchup in the next war here today. Celinho is going to go in with the Root Riders, tons of Super Barbarians. It seems like this approach is kind of not working for them in this war, although this Town Hall is a little bit more accessible. It seems like their troops kind of get held up in that compartment before the Town Hall, and it causes them a lot of damage. Maybe the overgrowths are a little bit too early, but that's been really the factor in this war. Milliceme MG has done a great job identifying where HTM is coming from and how to bait their entries, and so far they're 2 for 2 on defense. I mean, we're really lucky to see 1 defense in a war. Seeing 2, Milliceme's bases are looking really strong.
Yeah, absolutely, and Celinho is looking really strong as well this time around, nicely freezing the the Town Hall and the Poison Spell Tower, and he's just too fast. I can't even talk as fast as he is finishing this base. I think it was 67 seconds or something, if I'm not mistaken there, so definitely on the faster side of things.
Yeah, he was flying through there. I mean, time doesn't matter anymore, but you do still have to play tomorrow, so you don't want to just, kind of go through the motions. You want to make sure you're staying in peak performance here, and that one flew right on through there for Celino. You know, he's full of pride. He doesn't want to just kind of phone it in and just kind of go through the motions. He's going to go out there and give it his all, even if his team is down in a big spot. But like you said earlier, Mexi, the war's not over until it's over. Anything could happen. We still have a couple attacks. We could see a 1-star. We've seen that in the past, and if it's a 1-star, then we start talking about percentages. It's been a long time since we've talked about percentages in a war, but that could be very, very interesting. Obviously, we're a long way away from that, but still the possibility is there.
Yeah, I definitely think that they would want to keep that chance, even though it's very thin and very theoretical, but it is not impossible. And as long as that is the case, you have to keep fighting. At least that's what I think. And I'm pretty sure that these guys, they're so ambitious. That's exactly what their mindset will be at this moment. Just 2 more attacks to go for each team. And what I hope is that we're going to see something nice from Cinti maybe, or from Timpa. Both of them have been known to use the rocket balloons as well. I know it's a little bit more on the risky side of things, so they might switch it up and go for, I don't know, a queen charge or something like Tampa did before. But you never know. If they have been practicing this a lot, it might be just in their comfort zone. As for other players, it is the Root Riders. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, to raise the hopes to the highest level now, if Cinti would bring mass Hog Riders, that would also be quite enjoyable.
Synthe's not on MMG anymore. Synthe's not on MMG anymore. He's with Stmn.
What am I talking about? Yeah, you're right.
I was trying to stop you, but it's okay. Yeah, Synthi already did come in with a beautiful fireball attack.
I was getting my hopes up.
War. It happens. I mean, he's known for playing with these players on MMG, so it's not like you were just throwing random names out there. They do have a history, but you're right. Timper could throw out something fun. On the other side, Bernal, I kind of want to see Bernal throw out a nice little fireball rocket loon attack, which we've seen him do. So we do still have some possibilities for some fireworks and some fun attacks remaining in this war. But if you're MMG, I think you kind of just play it a little bit safer, go for those safe 3-star plans, and just try to close this one out and move to that upper bracket final, which will be tomorrow. And it's going to be Kingsman. Ooh, Super Witches. I've been seeing this a lot in
just
my
about
clan.
to say this.
Yeah, my clan is loving the Super Witch Fireball attack a lot. It's very strong. The Super Witches rarely die if you do this right, and it is just a powerful, consistent attack. Let's see what Kingsman does with it.
Oh, look at this. Is Kingsman... they seem to be in the same place. It seems like he's sitting in the same patio as Triad was sitting before. So let's just pray for his Wi-Fi at this point and for his Super Witches to go through into the core. But I think that, I mean, he has got control at least over one of those 2 things. And so far the funneling is looking perfect. And I think that Kingsman has got this hit under control.
I agree with that. It's looking exactly how it should be going. All the Super Witches will make their way in with those big boys. Remember, they will summon a new big boy if one gets taken out, and they are just so beefy. There is the 2nd star secured, and right now that's all they really need to do is make sure they secure those 2 stars. They will need 1 more 3-star to secure the victory in this war, but things are looking great here so far. Witches are working in the core. He's got all of those druids there on the left-hand side healing up the queen and the royal champion. Ideally, you want those druids with the witches who are actually getting taken out in the middle now. So this one could fade out a little bit, but he's still got queen and royal champion ability along with some spell support. So I think the odds of him 3-starring this are still very strong.
Yeah, exactly. I thought the same thing. For a minute I was worried there, but then I saw that both of these heroes have their abilities intact and they're just so strong, especially the Royal Champion with her Haste Vial and the Hawk Puppet. There we see it being popped by Kingsman, and he can now easily freeze and rage in this last remaining compartment, take care of the defenses, take care of the queen, and then this base is going to be gone. Look at this, how easily the Royal Champion and the Hoggies pierce through there. And what is he doing now?
Oh,
he's backing up.
Gone. Bye, see ya. I'm gone.
Okay, that's it for today. You know, the weather is too nice to keep on playing Clash. I'm done now. I did my job.
And
he's off for now.
Maybe
Nice.
he's headed to the
job.
beach there.
Yeah. or to the Olympics.
Yeah, true. I think he's just having a little bit of fun with us, showing that the attack was over. GG to Kingsman getting the job done, and now all Milliceme MG will need is a 2-star in their final attack to win this one. There he goes. Oh, that's so funny. That's what I love about the player cams, is our players can be so funny and do some really entertaining gestures, as we saw Kingsman with the walk-off 3-star there.
Yeah, nice job on the comedy side and also on the clash side. They're providing his team with another 3-star, getting one step closer to the upper bracket finals there. Basically, they just have to get one more 2-star, as HTM Brazil has already gotten 2 stars twice, and Milliceme is now at 4 out of 4 3-stars. So things are definitely looking good for them, but I'm sure HTM Brazil want to present themselves nicely once more, show us what they got before they have to continue their journey in the lower bracket.
All right, well, we'll see what they have. They still have a couple of attacks remaining, so this war is far from over. We've talked about anything could happen. It looks like MMG does have this one under control. They still have 2-star wiggle room just in case something does happen. Even if a disconnect happens, remember, if all the troops are in, or if even a portion of the troops are in, the AI will play out whatever is in until they get taken out. So even if there was a disconnect, there's still a really high chance of getting a 1-star, maybe even a 2-star. Obviously, that's the absolute worst case scenario. We're hoping MMG comes in with a nice strong attack and finishes off the perfect war. Pato's going to come in with dragons next. We do have the overgrowth, 1 bat spell in here, spiky ball, giant arrow on the queen. Giant arrow does shoot off right there, going through the middle of the base. Healing tome on the warden, and the stone slammer is in. Pato going to look to get the 3-star and keep their hopes, however slim, still alive.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. I think the bat spell was a little bit late there because the Stone Slammer got targeted by the air defense right away. Early use of that overgrowth spell, and now he's using the Warden ability as the dragons get into the high damage zone in the core of the base.
Alrighty, here we go. All the dragons are protected by the Eternal Tome and the Healing Tome. The overgrowth is going to protect everything in the core there. Sweeper does push them back a little bit. We do have plenty of hero support here. King's over there on the left with the queen. She gets through that ricochet cannon. Here comes the super barbarians. The royal champions in from the top side. Overgrowth wears off. Now all the damage is going to be dealt, but look at that herd of dragons soaring through the skies on the top side of the base. This is surely going to be a 3-star, as Pato is going to get through the back end of this base, and HTM Brazil respond with a triple of their own.
Yeah, that was a very solid hit, no doubt about that one. Honestly, I think the base looked a little bit too inviting for this exact attack strategy, because we can see here once again in the bottom side of this compartment had buildings behind the walls that were exactly reachable for a queen. So kind of setting this exact funnel that he did and then sending some air troops, usually dragons in this meta, into the core seemed quite obvious to me. So I was expecting some more traps against that, maybe some late seeking air mines that usually trigger or are triggered after the Warden ability runs out or something like that. But this attack, like, the troops didn't thin out at all. It seemed like he had all of the troops still alive when he had finished the base. So I guess just great base identification there and well executed, and this results in a fast, solid 3-star. They should have been doing this 2 times more. Then this would be looking way closer, but unfortunately they were not able to. So now MMG can send their finishing blow over to their Brazilian foes.
Man, if you're Max and you came out with that first attack, what was it, 149, that very slow attack, you have to be breathing a sigh of relief, like, man, this could have been really bad for me. Like, a lot of weight could have been on my shoulders, but luckily MMG's bases were just too strong. They identified potential entries, and honestly, they were perfect for that. They identified perfectly what HCM Brazil might do, and they made them miss twice. Now HCM Brazil does bounce back really nicely. They get some quick attacks, some strong attacks here. This war could be a different story. These two teams could be playing completely different. I think, as we saw from Tryhard's last attack there, they've kind of shifted, or was that Kingsman, excuse me, shifted their strategies into safer strategies,
or was it
even
Synthi?
slower, or Synthi. They shifted into slower strategies that are just safer to get through these bases.
Yeah, definitely, and well done. That's exactly what the game plan should change to in a situation like that. And I think it's going to be the plan for Tempa, the finishing attacker for MMG as well. Last time he came in with the Queen Charge Root Rider, so I guess that is something that he has been using, for example, in Legend League, to make sure that he's a master of the strategy, that he is as routine as possible. And yeah, I've been talking about this. I think every player at this level should have a safe 3-star strategy. So when timing doesn't matter anymore, that's something that they can fall back to, rely on to get that safe 3-star in without having to look at time. For Kingsman, that's the Super Witches with the Druids, and for Tempa, it might be the Queen Charge Root Riders. And there we go. That's exactly what he's bringing.
Great call there, Maxi, as he does get ready to start, and we do have Spiky Ball. And you talked about Legends League. I mean, Legends League is a great place to practice that safer attack because there's no time. Time doesn't matter in Legends. It's all about getting those 3-stars, so you can mess around with an attack that may be a little bit slower, maybe a little bit more old school, like a big, deep Queen Charge into a base. But if you're able to 3-star with that when your team needs it the most, that is so valuable. Keep it on that Flinger on the top side of the base. It should get tons and tons of value, working all the way to the Eagle. A lot of these bases don't really protect against Flame Flingers just because the expectation, ooh, that Queen goes to ability. The expectation isn't there that you need to protect against a Flame Flinger because it's just generally so slow setting up an attack.
Yeah, I feel like this entry was, I mean, not baited, but expected. There's so much reachable there. Just one wall break, you get the Town Hall. Without a wall break, you get the Multi-Inferno. And there were so many black mines, but luckily Tempa triggered them early on. Now these two balloons are very nice because there's nothing around that ricochet cannon that can kill them, so they can take it out easily. Now at the same time, the Root Riders are coming in from the left side. He has to watch out for his Queen a little bit as he has lost the ability early on, but other than that, I think it's unfolding very nicely here for him.
Yeah, Root Riders joining the party late, but again, time doesn't matter after you get a 2-star miss in this war, so Teeper is going to go ahead and just work them through. Nice, beautiful Warden ability to protect them through all of this damage. Scattershots over there firing tons of damage away. The King does go ahead and throw that Spiky Ball, and the Ice Golems are now out of the Clan Castle with the Headhunters, but still plenty of damage, plenty of troops up on the base as that Queen continues to charge in to yet another compartment, gaining access to the Monolith there.
Yeah, that was not the ideal wall for Tempa, I'm sure, but he knows, I mean, he knows he's already won the war, I'm just realizing, because he only needed the 2-star, which is why, of course, it was a nice idea to just charge that Town Hall, even if it would cost a lot of spells, but we can see already that this is not where this attack is going to finish. Quite the contrary, it's going to be the 3-star that Tempa wanted to get. So many troops still alive, nice plan, well executed, very patient there, very composed. And with 39 seconds on the clock, it is slow, but it doesn't matter. Another perfect war for MMG, and they will secure the victory and get to the grand finals in the upper bracket.
Oh, baby, a triple getting the job done time and time again. This team came to play. Not only on offense were they really proficient, but on defense was the bigger story here today, forcing those 2 misses from HTM Brazil, who do still have 1 remaining attack, so we will see them kind of go out. I want to see Bernal come in with something fun. I want to see Bernal come in with rocket loons, fireballs, something really crazy, but obviously we will wait to see that. But Milliceme MG will move in to our upper bracket final, which will be tomorrow. They will go against Stmn Esports, so it actually will be a face-off of our 2 golden ticket winners in the tournament. That'll be pretty interesting.
Ooh. Yeah, that's right. Let me just check. Yeah, we only have, oh no, we have 3 golden ticket winners. I'm just thinking we have Synchronic as well, but unfortunately they are at the lower bracket already, but we have to wait and see, and we will find out in our next match if they can fight their way through the lower bracket and maybe in the grand finals get to fight once more against another golden ticket winner. But before that, you said it, we have Bernal left for HTM Brazil, and we'll not let you wait any longer. We'll dive right into his attack as he's already used the Queen ability. Giant Arrow flying through the base. Royal Champion getting sent in from the right side. Skelly Spell to support her, and Root Riders right into the core.
Pretty safe approach here for Bernal, but I was just thinking about it. So we have a golden ticket matchup in our upper bracket final. If Synchronic can win and move forward in the next match, maybe go on. We could see another golden ticket matchup later on in the lower bracket, and then we could potentially see another golden ticket matchup in our grand final. That could be like a nice Worlds preview here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, not to mention one of these silver ticket teams and one of the teams that are still going to earn a silver ticket could make it into Worlds as well. We're seeing some of the top clans in Clash of Clans esports here showcase this weekend. It is a great time to be watching Clash of Clans esports, and you kind of get a sneak peek of what could develop at Worlds this year. Look how fast this is for Bernal as I just ramble on about Worlds. Bernal's taking care of business right now with a beautiful quick 3-star. That spiky ball deals so much damage, and HTM go out with their heads held high. However, they will lose, and they will go down to our lower bracket where they await the winner of HTM NA and Synchronic, which will be our next matchup on our broadcast.
Yeah, we could call the Snapdragon Pro Series our World's Warm-Up 2.0 for this season, with so many decorated teams being part of the competition, and also HDM Brazil are going to stay in here a little bit longer, but unfortunately have to move through the lower bracket where the path to the final match or to the grand final unfortunately is a little bit longer and has a little bit more stones in the way than if you just continue through the upper bracket like Milliceme MG are doing just now. But we have one more match to show you. You already said it, Synchronic versus HTM NA. And now it is really hammer time for HTM NA, because they could lose their chance at a golden ticket now. As far as I know, they are not in the Global Clash Cup competition anymore, where the last silver ticket will be handed out. So this is actually their last shot at Worlds.
Yeah, it's do or die for them, and they have to go against Synchronic, who is a very tough team to face. I know Synchronic's down there in the lower bracket, but they are a very, very challenging team. But from what I saw from HTM NA, they looked pretty good coming out in that opening war. They were pretty solid. That war was only decided by a few seconds, so it's not like they had a very bad performance. So as long as they stick to their guns, do what they need to do, they should have a good chance to win that war. It will be a close one. It will be our next matchup. I'm looking forward to watching that one, as you and Woody will be casting it. But if they do happen to lose that matchup, that will secure the silver ticket for Tribe Gaming, as they have already won their lower bracket matchup. So that next match has a lot on the line for it, Maxi.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at where we're at in this 2-day season finals. We had just seen Milliceme taking the victory against HTM Esports. They move on to fight against Stmn in the upper bracket, and HTM Esports find themselves in the lower bracket. And on the left side, on the bottom, you can see HTM NA versus Synchronic, the lower bracket match number 1. This is going to be the next one that we're going to showcast for you guys on stream.
Yeah, that's gonna be, man, there's so much on the line for that, not just for HTM, but for Tribe, for for the rest of how our bracket shapes up. It is a very, very intense war. And man, I don't know how you deal with the nerves in that situation. It's gonna be, for both those teams, you know that you can hold back another team from winning a silver ticket and having a chance to face you a little bit later on Worlds. But guys, we'll have that matchup right when we come back from a short break. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back everyone at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and welcome back one of your favorite casters out there. We got Woody back from the break. How did you enjoy our last upper bracket match for today, Woody?
You're too kind, Maxi. It was an amazing match, though. Another incredibly close, very well fought one. And tomorrow's match between Stmn and Stmn is going to be a knockout. I cannot wait to see how that one turns out, because with so much money on the line, you know that they're going to be putting their best foot forward and doing everything they can. This is the largest event of the year to hand out a single $50,000 prize pool in just one weekend. Until Worlds, the Snapdragon Pro Series is the event to watch. And so this is really shaping up to give us a sense of what the best team in the world is, who is going to have that momentum carrying through the rest of the year until the World Championship. And it is now going to be a very interesting fight between a Worlds qualified team, Synchronic, and HTM, another superstar squad that is just barely clinging on for life in the lower bracket.
And we have a huge lineup for Synchronic. 7 guys here, 1 missing a photo. We got Philip, Einstein, Simon, Daniel, the Phantom Daniel, and Mark, General X, and Emir Khan. Oh, they gotta be twins, Woody.
Huh? Yeah. Looks like they were just looking in the mirror, doesn't it there? Might have gotten the same photo matched up there twice, but we'll go over to HTM and show their lineup as well. Agent 33, Mohammed Marawi, Rigo Torres, Ghost, and Nick. Yeah, you got to put a little bit of on that one, don't you, Maxi?
Arriba. Yeah, that's right. So 2 stacked rosters there taking on each other in the lower bracket. So this is do or die. If you lose, you're out. And for HTMNA, that would mean the run to Worlds for this year would be over. So they will make sure to bring their A game to the table. While Synchronic, they are basically just fighting for the money, as they have already qualified with winning the first golden ticket of the season. However, Woody, I was just thinking maybe Synchronic would like either Tribe or HTMNA more or less to be one of their opponents in the World Championship. So maybe they will have their own interest put into the result of this match. But then in the next step, I thought, I think the money will be more important for them than securing like just a slight chance that one or the other will make it to the last chance qualifier and after that into Worlds. So I guess we don't have to take that into account, really. What do you think?
Well, I guess you might be right about that. Everyone wants a win, most importantly, and then after that comes all other considerations. But we have got a very solid start so far. Synchronic is going to send in Simon first with a giant arrow cutting through the base. Healer Puppet to back up this queen on the top right side. Catches a Tesla farm, and that is good news for Simon, who's happy to take down that easy target early on. Going to take a little bit more time for the queen to make it through, but she can handle that, no problem at all. Root Riders in the bottom corner are going to get some support out the left from the Siege Barracks and Royal Champion, and out the right from a Barbarian King. Simon is carving up this base in record time for an attack that's not necessarily known for being one of the fastest in the game, Maxi.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those attacks finishing around the 60-65 second mark, but it hasn't really gotten faster than that. On average, I would say it's more around 75 to 80 seconds. He's got 5 super barbarians left, but 0 queens, unfortunately, as the scatter shot takes her out on the top side, and that will definitely slow this strike down, because all of the troops have to go into those right side compartments now that the queen would have otherwise taken out herself.
Tough spot now for Simon, trying to follow up as quick as he can against a foe that is going to be firing away on all cylinders. Freeze out on the Town Hall does shut down a big chunk of defense. He loses the super mini that was over there on the scatter shot. He's got a couple more troops to drop, and not really any way to get much value out of them. Goblins are going to be hitting on that wall as the rest of the troops collapse onto the final compartment. There is still a lot of time that has been taken so far, as the Giga Poison is going to be slowing down these Root Riders even more. 90 seconds, and this base is still still standing. Mohamed Marawi from HTM is not able to deny the triple, but that is a really slow strike for Synchronic to start.
Absolutely not what he wanted. We could see the relief on his face there, as all he was hoping for within the last 10 to 20 seconds was getting that 3-star at all. But of course the time is not in an area that he usually aims to finish an attack like that. Very unfortunate there with the queen. Maybe he should have used another spell there, invested a little bit more into her, and make sure that all of his troops collapsed onto the town hall this way through the core of the base. But I mean, he got the 3-star in the end. He's probably very happy about that, and we should be happy about that, because I like it more when the teams both have 3 stars, and like it better than when one of them gets an early 2-star and then it's just, you know, trying to catch up the whole time and they don't take the risk anymore. We love to see those fast attacks. We love to see the high risk, high reward approach, and I hope that is still what we're going to get from both of these teams.
Well, I think we've got a solid chance of that after all, Maxi. We have got some slow start for Synchronic, but this is not a squad that is going to go down without a fight. They may be in the lower bracket, but they are going to be fighting tooth and nail to speed things up as we progress through this match. HTM showed a 1 minute and 15-second standard against Stmn Esports earlier today, and so we can certainly expect them to go lightning fast as they follow up on this slow start. But keep in mind, Synchronic put up a pretty quick war of their own. They just barely lost by a second against the Momentum Shifters, so this was a pretty out of character experience for them. Einstein put up the slowest attack for his team, also a bit unusual in their war against Momentum Shifters, but we can certainly expect to see things pick up pace as we continue on through the day, Maxi.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see Einstein attack this time around. I was as surprised as you to see that he was the slowest attacker, given that he often hits around 60 or even under 60 seconds. We'll have to wait for that a little bit more. First of all, it is Nick from HTM Esports presenting us their first attack. 2 Rocket Loons taking out an air defense on each side of the base, and now we'll see a Dragon Strike through its core.
Super heavy hit coming in from Nick, and this is gonna be a big start for HTM Esports, sending in the battle blimp all the way to the core and well protected by that Eternal Tome. It's soaked up 2, 3 seeking air mines, a lot of big damage denied, and with the invisibility right there in the core, those super minions are gonna do mondo damage to all the structures that are all around. They should even be able to take out this monolith and start to spread, supporting the dragons. Ability spell and 3 freezes to pop off, likely against those multi-archer towers in the bottom. Oh, actually the king's gonna take those out. What is he even gonna use the freezes against? There's really nothing left to defend this base.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe the multi-archer towers. Yeah, there he goes. This is so fast. And I mean, it's slowing down just a little bit towards the end, but the value of the super minion blimp was incredible. Swagging the invisibility spell. Nick, who is always almost invisible himself there in his little dark room there on the right bottom of your screen, but finishing in around, I think it was 1 minute and 70 seconds, something like that. Yeah, 73 seconds. Amazing stuff, and it means that they're already 24 seconds ahead after just 1 attack each.
Impressive follow-up. We have got Nick giving us a super quick strike that puts their total time in a very nice spot, ahead and above Synchronic out of the first round of attacks. This is one of the biggest gaps that we have seen so far. A 24-second advantage for HTM in round number 1 leaves a lot for Synchronic to make up. This is a golden ticket team. Their pride is on the line. Money's on the line. They are in the elimination spot, and this is not where they wanted to be at all. HTM is now coming back and showing that this is still a war that they are ready to fight for. The Snapdragon Pro Series shows one clear opportunity for this team to try to continue marching on toward that silver ticket. Take a look at the results so far, and you can see that it is still really tilted heavily in HTM's favor.
It is indeed. Those average times, of course, will change a ton after we've seen 2, 3, even 4 attacks. So there's definitely anything still possible, but Synchronic have to step up their game. They cannot allow themselves a mistake like they had in the first attack once more. They have to still go all in, still go risky, but they have to execute perfectly, and this way I'm sure that they can live up to the expectation we have for them, around tripling around 70-65 seconds, maybe even seeing one of those beautiful Rocket Loon attacks that Einstein likes to bring, maybe even some Yetis, an attack strategy that I think General X has invented, bringing the Yetis with I think some druids in behind. We've seen those tripling around 1 minute, and if they're able to pull off 3 stars around 60-65 seconds, then it is also possible to come back from being 24 seconds behind.
Yeah, pretty big advantage so far, but not one that we can't expect them to make some headway against. I still like the opportunity here for a swing in Synchronic's favor, but they gotta start immediately. Every single one of these next 4 attacks has gotta be so lightning fast. Philip is going to be starting off with a baby dragon and a balloon to funnel on this bottom side. Giant arrow shooting through the base with dragons getting set up on the top left side. Battle blimp as well to cut straight toward the town hall. Archer Queen nabs an air defense, and with rages down, Philip is going to waste no time on the entry. He drops that overgrowth and will allow the multi-inferno and scattershot to remain outside so the dragons can target that early on. But that's going to be quite a bit of damage firing away at his poor dragons. A seeking air mine blows up in their face, Maxi.
Quick and easy town hall takedown. However, just as Simon before, Philip loses his queen on the outside early on, and this is not good news. Now everything is relying on those dragons, and I think this is a fail, to be honest. This is looking so bad. He's got the rage active in the core. He's got 3 multis, 2 scatter shots. Royal Champion is dead, and this is a fail. And I don't even know what happened there. This looked like it had no chance at all. This is falling so short with just having 80-something seconds, and Philip is sad, and so will Tribe Gaming be, while HTMNA will already be celebrating, because this makes their chances at competing at the last chance qualifier a lot higher.
A tough follow-up now, and with a star missing, Synchronic seemed to be out of it already. He is just collapsing on the couch, wondering what he could have done differently there. 1 minute and 14 seconds left. If he just deploys the minion, the battle will be over.
What is he even doing there?
I mean, I don't know what I would be doing in this situation. I'd probably be just as despondent. Maybe he's looking for the best placement. I guess the gold storage in the bottom corner is the spot to go. You could maybe nab that and the elixir storage if you get lucky. But that's just a fight for percentage, and not a very happy one for Philip.
It's not the screen time either, as we can see, because he just shut off his camera there. But yeah, we will watch this base. We can see once more how much is left there, especially key defenses, such strong structures still standing, a monolith, an eagle artillery, scatter shots, spell towers, multi-infernos, and even those modded defenses, ricochet cannon and multi-archer tower. And that's what was too strong in this base, this highly stacked core. Philip just didn't have any chance to overcome, and it is quite the low percentage there on Rigo Torres's base. 83% is where Philip is going to finish, and I mean, he's also giving HTMNA a lot of time to think while he's not deploying this minion, which strategies they choose, which safe strategies they will choose for their next attacks to make sure that they will secure the 3 stars every single time.
Take one more look at this attack, and you saw that overgrowth spell right there in the core, but leaving a scatter shot and a multi-target inferno up, and then having not really any strategy for finishing off that monolith. This was a rather unusual hard hit for them to suffer here at a time where they were already behind and needed a really fast strike. You gotta assume that it was the fact that they were needing really quick hits that put so much pressure on him and resulted ultimately in that big miss.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. I mean, I didn't have a chance to look at the base at the beginning anymore, but if like to analyze what went wrong there, but in my opinion, Philip is so experienced with this strategy, so he should know way better than me what can work and what doesn't work. But it seems like he just made a huge misjudgment on this base. But now back to HTMNA, HTM Esports North America. Mohamed Marawi is coming in with the Root Riders once more. So this is the safe strategy that he chooses to bring, and very nicely invests 2 spells there into his queen to make sure she survives and gets immense value in this 6 o'clock compartment.
Yeah, this is a nice setup for Mohamed Marawi. Great spread along that bottom right side, hitting into that corner. The Root Riders do kind of edge up a little bit, trying to follow that king as they look out for defenses. Only one of them going for that ricochet cannon on the bottom, but it's going to be that Grand Warden following them after all. Pops the Eternal Tome, and he's holding on to that overgrowth spell, maybe a little bit longer than I would expect, but HTM, knowing that they've got that star advantage, can just go slow and cautiously with this. Drops it on the Town Hall before many of those defenses would even be activating, and this is going to be a slow and steady walk toward that finish. Still holding on to 1 Earthquake spell and a Rage as he's going to collapse into this bottom core section. He is running a little bit low on troops, and it's got me a little bit worried, but keep an eye on these heroes. They still have quite a bit of health and can go a long, long way, especially with 2 of those abilities still yet to pop. It's just going to be a lot of damage coming in very quickly. Can these Root Riders finish off enough of this base? I think that they will be well positioned, even if it were a 2-star at this point. He's got more percentage, and HTM Esports hold a confident lead.
They do indeed, and he's going to be able to finish every remaining building. No more defenses alive, and Mohamed Marawi has done what his team was expecting from him, getting the save 3-star, exactly what they needed, and this will bring his team into the leading position. 6 stars now, 1 star ahead, and at this point, all they have to do is triple out. All they have to do is ask themselves, what is my comfort zone attack? Look out for a base they can use it on and get the 3-star, and this way they will be able to overcome the first golden ticket winner in this tournament.
Massive, massive job there, and HTM know exactly how that is going to bring them a win. They are going to be proceeding now slowly and surely, and not having to worry at all about any tough bases that are coming up against them. They have got a confident spot now and are just going to be able to walk it over the finish line without any difficulty. I mean, this is really tough for Synchronic to see that big drop so early in the Snapdragon Pro Series, a golden ticket team, and I hate to like rub it in, but man, they were counted as one of, if not the best teams in the world with their initial showing at the first Worlds Qualifier. They are now being twice eliminated in the Snapdragon Pro Series event, and so that just shows you not yet at the point where they need to be to win Worlds. They're going to have to spend the next couple of months reconfiguring, sitting back, practicing, focusing on what changes in the metagame have come about that would result in them falling so far behind. It's a tough war, but you know, it's also a war that they can just say, you know, we can chalk it up to 2 difficult runs. They had an extremely close match earlier against the Momentum Shifters, only losing by a second, and so maybe it's just a bad day for them. Maybe it just is, it's going to be a blip in their overall story, but it's certainly for HTM is going to be a huge banger of a success for them to be proud about and maybe even to brag about later on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they will be very happy with that once they finish this war, but we have 6 more attacks to go. The next one is going to come in right now, and Einstein, yes, he's bringing the rocket loons, Woody, just as we ordered. So let's see if we can make them work.
Right according to schedule, they are going to be coming in with a big, heavy-handed strike. Very fast hit from these rocket loons is what we expect and looking forward to seeing how Einstein is going to drop that giant fireball. There it goes. Huge hit on the right side of this base, and he has eliminated a massive chunk of defense as the CC goes down. You saw the targeting there onto that ground-based Expo, also getting a good knock. The Monolith has finished off, a Ricochet cannon eliminated, and so many defenses are now just a dream in the past, Maxi.
Yeah, looking very strong. The Queen unfortunately does not go into this 12 o'clock scatter shot compartment. The Owl takes out the enemy Royal Champion, so I think he can be sure that everything has to collapse into that core somehow. Queen being taken care of on the right side now. He just has to sprinkle in all of those minions, maybe a couple of super goblins there at the top and at the bottom side, and maybe, just maybe, he can finish under 1 minute. One more second, there we go, 58 seconds from Einstein.
Beautiful follow-up, and Einstein has done it. Count that a victory. A 3-star strike for Synchronic has got to give them a little bit of refuge, knowing that they can still pull off those awesome attacks. Einstein sees the silver lining now as he tries to find a little bit more of a way to give Synchronic something to be happy about on a day when all seems to be falling apart. They can still put up some really nice 3-star strikes, Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely. They are such a good team. They are usually so consistent. Only just today seems not to be their day. But we've been talking about the consistency of Milliceme. That is so impressive. They just don't fail. They have, I don't know, dozens of wars. They have had dozens of wars that ended up in perfect wars. And even if sometimes they make a slight mistake and end up being a little bit more on the slower side of things, they're still able to hit the 3 stars. And I think that's what makes them one of the best teams at the moment. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say why Philips hit in 3-star. It didn't seem like it was too much of a risk he took there with just a regular dragon spam attack. It's more those rocket balloon attacks that seem to be a little more risky to me, but just something must have been something he must have been expecting differently from this base. Maybe the trap placement was just too good. I mean, we have a couple of dragon attackers in the rows of HTM and A as well, so maybe they tested exactly that entry. Then Philip was concentrating too much on those dragons, trying to delay the warden ability a little bit. Then he lost focus on his queen and she died, and you know, then sometimes things just fall apart when one bad thing leads to another.
Right. It's a difficult game of dominoes to be playing here. You see the whole base shaping up before you, and you try everything in your power to line everything up perfectly. Sometimes it goes just according to plan, and sometimes everything blows up in your face in pretty spectacular fashion. But that is what makes Clash of Clans esports so exciting to watch and such a thrill. Even at this really tough, fast-paced metagame, there's still lots of opportunities for attackers and defenders to show off their skills and give us a match worth celebrating. Ghost, the next to attack, will cut into this base with a giant arrow right off the gate. He does not bring the giant fireball, so HTM certainly slowing down a little bit and knowing that they've got that confident lead already. But a lot of big targets are going to be taken down as he already has made his way toward the top side with that Grand Warden supporting the Archer Queen and those Root Riders, holding on to an overgrowth spell for the core of the base later on in the raid, Maxi.
Yeah, definitely a nice choice for a safe attack strategy. When you just need the safe 3 stars, he can delay the overgrowth spell. Actually, to be honest, I think bringing 2 overgrowth spells is even more safe, but maybe it's just something that he has not done too often, so he's not used to, and then it's definitely more clever to bring something that you feel comfortable with. But we can see already that this is shaping up quite nicely. Not much of this base left. He's taking care of all of the outside buildings by sprinkling in some super barbarians. Just a couple of buildings around the town hall still standing as the overgrowth spell runs out, but he has so many spells left. This is done. This base is done for. Very, very solid strike there from Ghost, not leaving any doubt about it being a 3-star.
Dominant performance, and has really given a lot of oomph for HTM to be happy about now. They see that their opportunity to move on is going to be confirmed time and again. Slow strikes, but don't keep an eye on the time from HTM. That is not what matters at this point. They know that they just want to survive and get a chance to move on. They've got a tough bracket ahead of them for tomorrow. Seeing already momentum shifters and Tribe Gaming on the lower side. We're not going to get a chance to watch that match today, but we do know that whoever wins that match is going to be moving on still with an opportunity to face off against HTM Esports. So they know that they want to put up the very best performance that they can today to not give any indications as to what weaknesses there might be for this team. We've got 9 stars on a 100% showing so far from HTM. The North American dream lives on as the Synchronic squad, with one miss, has really lost out on a big opportunity to advance.
Yeah, it does indeed live on, especially looking at the low percentage that Philip got in his attack. That means that even if HTMLA were to fail, it is highly unlikely that the fail will end up being even lower than an 83% 2-star, because it happens sometimes that these pro players do indeed fail, but getting such a low percentage is very, very rare, even if they fail. Then I looked at some statistics from the Open Cup. So you mentioned, I think in the last Open Cup, that Synchronic was the only team that made it to every single Open Cup. So that would speak towards their consistency, actually. However, in 3 out of 4, they left the stage with a 14-star war. So it means 3 out of 4 times they were not able to get the perfect war. So it might indeed be a lack of consistency in their 3-star rate. That is hurting them the most at the moment, and today in this exact war once again.
Yeah, tough stat to have to face down. They know that they are a team that can get wins, but they just seem to not be able to keep them alive long enough. They always show up, but it's sort of one of these like always a bridesmaid, never a bride sort of stories where they're here, but they're not, making it to the very end. That was not the story at all for them in their first qualifier, where they not only made it to the end, they won the whole thing. So a golden ticket team now needs to find its mojo again if they want to have an opportunity to survive in a very difficult metagame.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And here we see mass Valkyries from a Mark, bringing a jump spell to get all of those Valkyries into the core of the base. Now using the Warden ability, most likely using a Rage spell. Yeah, there it goes. And the Clancaster troops are actually... okay, there are 2 Ice Golems, so they're a little bit annoying, but as the Warden aura ability is still protecting the troops from any incoming damage, they have an easy time piercing through those Ice Golems. However, there's so much splash damage raining onto these Valkyries in the core of the base, which is why Mark decides to freeze the Town Hall, and he has to make sure that the Valkyries take it down, and they do. Okay, that's nice. So I think everything is still going according to plan for him.
Let's keep an eye on the rest of this attack. Mark from Synchronic knows that he has got a great start so far and can be very happy about how the time is finishing up. But yeah, man, this was one of the most dominant performances. Mark just really showing an excellent set of skills there in grabbing that triple with a full Valkyrie army, just eschewing the Root Riders, so often well paired alongside those Valks and cutting up those walls, but just sometimes identifies that there's a base that doesn't need them. What do you make of the overall decision making when you evaluate whether or not you need to add Root Riders to a Valkyrie army like this?
I think it depends mainly on the wall structure in the base, because with the jump spell, first of all, it already costs you 2 spell slots, but then again, most of the time it only has, I think, 6 tiles, and if you place it perfectly, you can jump over over walls that are 5 tiles apart. So in total, you can spread it out 7 tiles. But that is just a very small distance. I think the whole map is around 50 tiles long, so you can only jump a couple of walls and direct the Valkyries. while the Root Riders, as long as they're alive, they will just pierce through any wall in their way. So they'll open up basically the whole base. And I think that this is their main value. I mean, they've been nerfed 3 times. Every single time their DPS has been lowered, but their ability to open walls is what makes them so strong, because they open them for damage dealing troops like heroes and like Valkyries. So I think their main purpose is actually not to do damage themselves, but to open up the map, because those walls at the max level, they have so many hit points. It takes just a single Valkyrie so long to get through them. That is an immense help to have a Root Rider aiding in that.
Very well said, Maxi. And I think you're right. The Root Riders able to crack walls when you need them cracked, and Valkyries get the job done whenever you don't. If you've got some other way to grit through with super wall breaks, or the Barbarian King able to smash walls of his own with earthquake boots. I think that there's more than one way to shape up against a base, and when walls are going to be too much of a problem, why not just bring the rocket loons? It seems like these attacking players always have a way of figuring out an easy side to take these bases down. And it's gonna once again be a joy to see how they choose to do so in the next attack.
And
well, the game is ready for the next attack, Maxi. Let's hop on in.
Sorry, I was just about to say base identification, I think, is one of the main skills of those players, because many people are able to execute a Root Rider attack, but knowing when to bring it, when to bring dragons, when to bring rocket balloons, which bases are fitting for either of those strategies, that has a very high skill cap. But talking about the Root Riders, Rigo Torres 23 is bringing them here in the attack using an early overgrowth spell as the Monolith was starting to deal damage onto those Root Riders. He wants to keep them alive so they can open the walls throughout this whole base. The Valkyries, the King, the P.E.K.K.A.s, and everything can follow them through these walls. Queen at the same time is doing some nice work on the left, on the right side and the south side of this base, and to me this is looking very strong so far.
Super solid start for Rigo Torres. Sees the writing on the wall for HTM Esports, and it says victory, but can he clench it with just this next attack? He needs to keep up the pressure and ensure that the 3 stars come in clear and confidently, not wasting time, but not really, super quick either on his own part. He's 1 minute and 15 into the attack and still has 2 stars up on the board. It's getting a little bit dicey here in the end, as still sees that Monolith standing. He does have a skeleton spell to shut that down though, and it was a good plan overall. P.E.K.K.A. and some Valks, 2-3 heroes still up. This was a rather dominant performance from the Mexican player, and really clearly shows why HTM is a squad that is looking to go to the very end of this match.
Absolutely, nice job. I actually had the same feeling as you. I was a little bit worried that towards the end it was his troops were thinning out too much, but sometimes it's really surprising how much damage the spiky ball can actually do, and then all of a sudden 8 to 9 buildings are erased off the map, and then it seems like a pretty easy job to finish what is left after that. So nice job delaying the hero abilities so much from Rigo Torres, and I guess that he was very confident about still being able to 3-star this base, and great job from him. So that was the 4th 3-star, Woody. Just one more chance for them to fail, but if you're looking from Synchronix and maybe also Tribe Gaming's perspective, but if you look from their perspective, it is one last chance to secure the ticket to go even further in the lower bracket and have keeping their hands on the chance for the silver ticket.
Tough match. Can they do it? A little bit of time left to find out whether or not they can keep this crazy train going. I'm really liking the spot that we see HTM in right now. They are giving themselves a beautiful storyline to try to march all the way on to victory. They've just got a little bit more work left to do until we can confirm this adventure. And I think that is exactly the best spot to be in. I mean, they're kind of in the same spot as Tribe in some sort of ways, in that they're a team that has got so many superstar players that you would really expect them to be able to move on, and yet they haven't yet. So we still just have to hold out hope that these two teams in the bottom of the bracket with so much experience in Worlds, picking up win after win, could still have a chance to move on. I'm wondering, do we know if the Tribe versus Reckoning match is happening in the background right now, if we can report on that at all, or if that is... Yeah, it does look like, yeah.
No. I think they played before already.
It's been confirmed.
So they finished it just after our first attack. It was started right after their match before. So Tribe is continuing and Reckoning is out. However, Tribe is going to face Momentum Shifters next, and HTMNA, if they win, have to face off against HTM Brazil. So exciting stuff waiting tomorrow, but before that, HTMNA have to seal the deal. General X coming in with kind of a queen charge there on the right side, but then eventually he will send the Root Riders as well. Just the favorite of all of those pro players, it seems. Once he gets the 3-star, it is still in HTMNA's hands to secure their victory, because Philip has gotten the 2-star earlier on today.
General X's Synchronic, the last to attack, knows that he needs a triple and then a defense afterwards in order for his team to stay alive, seeming less and less likely as HTM have just continued their steamroller performance. I was just wondering what word to use there. Just showing little weakness or remorse against this Synchronic squad that seemed so insuperable and yet now are falling and fast. Synchronic with one last strike do put up another triple here. General X showing no signs of stopping, even with all the traps in the core of the base triggering on that poor super minion. He still is going to have a smile on his face, knowing he's done everything that he can for his team to move on. But the last attack of the day, and it all comes down to this: can HTM Esports put up one more 3-star to clinch victory? Even a 2-star 84% would be sufficient, Maxi.
Exactly. So that is the benchmark that they will be aiming for. We could see the how do you say, the sadness, the disappointment on General X's face there, because he knows it is out of their hands to win this one, even though he showed a super solid performance, a super safe 3-star there. And I just looked at their times. If you don't count Philip's attack in, they still have a 1 minute 15 average in all of their attacks, even though not much was on the line anymore. So we can really see the level that they're on at the moment, and of course it will be hurtful to be out of the competition with this 1 second loss, the closest match we ever had in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and now this with the early fail from Philip. That would hurt a ton, but you know, this is just esports. Sometimes you win. They did twice already this year, in the April qualifier and in the World's warm-up, and sometimes you lose, as it seems like that's the storyline for them today.
Well, Reckoning with a $2,000 prize will be right up alongside the team that loses this match. And you're right, Maxi, all signs point to Synchronic falling short against an HTM squad that's perfect so far and has not given any signs of weakness. We've seen virtually almost all of our wars be at that 15-star standard, except for HTM for their miss against Mills Team MG, coming up a couple of stars short. It's been 14-15 or 15-15 all across the rest of the board, and that shows you the caliber that these players are at, the skill and strength of attacking so far at the top of the Clash of Clans esports scene. So one more attack now left for our victorious HTM squad. Agent 33 just has to have one walk-off performance. Don't drop the baton. Don't stumble out of the gate. Don't make any big mistakes. Just play it cool, smooth, steady, and you will get the win. This squad knows that $1,000 minimum is riding on this next attack. If they win this attack with a 3-star or even a 2-star 84%, they will earn an additional $1,000 So it's a really important one for H33 to execute properly. Don't discount the nerves that can stack up on a player like this when so much is on the line. Elimination if they lose, but $1,000 and maybe more for a victory.
Yeah, and it was a Dragon Strike that caused Phillips fail before. There are some traps against that blimp, but it was protected by the Warden ability. The Tornado Trap catches the troops too late. The Town Hall is already taken down, and it's looking very nicely. Especially the Bat Spell that is distracting the Monolith is really nice. Has great value because the Monolith is not targeting the dragons. Now it finally is about to go down. It is looking.
See, this is a last war of the day. This is the last attack. I want to hear the excitement in your voice. We are finally seeing a clinching victory for Agent 33 with 84%. They have done it. There we go. All yours.
Frankie Ball. Finally, he gets the 83%. No, you're right there, but I was waiting until I saw that he was actually able to do that before. I was just ice cold analyzing what was going on on the map. But of course, you already saw it. He was about to go over that threshold, pass it easily. Great job from Agent 33. He keeps them alive. NA still going strong, and Synchronic unfortunately have to go home. But GG's to them all along. They've done an incredible run here today and have been entertaining us very, very nicely.
Awesome job to Agent 33. He's got to be happy with confirming a perfect war for his squad and earning another $1,000. You see, he's got that same stone cold face right on there. The Clash of Clans pro scene is just all about cool, all about focus, all about that heat. You know, it's either the cold, standard, straight face or the like energetic passion, and that's just what I bring to it, Max. You know, I have to keep that that fire alive in my belly because that's what keeps me excited about this, anyways. But that's going to be it. The war results are now shown at the bottom of the screen. It's a victory for HTM Esports. They are moving on in the lower bracket, earning another $1,000. Commiserations to both Synchronic and Reckoning Esports, eliminated in the first day of our competition, but 6 teams still remain, and tomorrow is going to be even more important in finding out how these matches are going to shape up. We've got a last chance qualifier, silver ticket to award, as well as the lion's share. In fact, 46,000 of our $50,000 is going to be awarded tomorrow, Maxi.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And we will crown a champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5, most importantly. And at the same time, if you look at our updated bracket, we have the upper bracket finals between Stmn Esports and Milsim MG. But at the in the lower bracket, the battle for the silver ticket still goes on. HTM, in the battle of HTMs, for their name, has to take on their brother squad, while Tribe Gaming is facing off against Momentum Shifters, a team that has been so strong, putting up 1 minute and 10, 1 minute and 8 second average times here. So it's going to be very, very tough for both of these teams, but we'll definitely find out tomorrow who'll get the silver ticket and who will win the whole season. Here's the schedule for tomorrow.
Awesome schedule of excellent teams. Momentum Shifters versus Tribe Gaming is the first one that we expect to watch. Man, I don't know if there's any way to, like, I just want to watch both of those lower bracket matches, Maxi. Can we get a recording of them or something? I just really wish that we could see that HTM brother versus brother Civil War showdown. And yet, Momentum Shifters versus Tribe Gaming is certainly one that I want to watch as well. Stamina Esports and Milsim MG also closing out the top of the bracket and going to give us one more final performance between 2 undefeated teams. Remember, there is the possibility of a bracket reset if the team from the lower end of the bracket advances over the upper bracket team. But there is so much excitement on the line, particularly for the lower bracket teams, because we know Stamina Esports and Milsim MG both have golden tickets already. It's the teams in the bottom bracket that are fighting tooth and nail to advance for that silver ticket opportunity. They only need to win 2 more wars and they will be the highest ranked team that has not yet qualified for Worlds. Seems like an easy task, right, but Tribe, Mo, and both HTM squads are vying for it, Maxi.
Yeah, they are. But of course, Stmn Esports and Milsim MG, they want to get that $20,000. They want to be the champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and they have been the strongest contestants so far, getting only victories and being in the upper bracket finals. And whoever wins that match will be in the final match already, so they will be at least the runner-up. So exciting stuff on the line for tomorrow. Woody, why don't you close us out for today?
Thank you, Max. You're too kind. It was a pleasure casting alongside you and Bash. Thanks to the production crew and Supercell for putting on this awesome event. The Snapdragon Pro Series will continue tomorrow with the biggest day of the year thus far. Make sure to follow us here and stay apprised of all the news going on our social channels, where you can find all the excellent Clash in action that you've come to expect from the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name's Woody, and big thanks as well to the teams who have been putting in so much effort over the weeks to get to this point. It was 2 difficult eliminations today, but 6 more squads are still competing for that $46,000 that remains of our 50K prize pool. Thank you everyone who tuned in to make this show as exciting and energetic as it possibly can be. I hope to see every one of you back again tomorrow with just the same level of energy. And until then, clash on.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.